What's going on, chat? The return of the brown buffalo. What am I, Jank Yeager? I'm not that fucking fat. Jesus Christ. So fucking hateful. I instantly start the stream and motherfuckers start hating on me. Shit. Hold on 1 second. I gotta make sure all my shit's Gucci right now. I just want to make sure that BitChute is working because I'm going to be streaming on BitChute from now on. Let's see if that is the case. All right. It should be a black screen on BitChute. Play the video. Come on. Yeah. All right. Looks like we're good. Let's get this party started, ladies and gentlemen.
If you visit the Rippaverse, you'll see just how I move differently. Got more arm hair than an armchair. That's why they call me Papa Bear, because it is what it is. What it is, ain't it? What it is what it is, and that's it. My business got so many factors, and I got so many detractors. Those suckers gonna meet to me, and Iceland's gonna sue me, because it is what it is. What it is, ain't it? What it is what it is, and that's it. Got 100,000 comics without any buyers, a lot of insurance for warehouse fires, because it is what it is, and what it is and ain't it. What it is what it is, and that's it. I sold 3D assets to a bunch of asshats for a pile of cash that's all gone up in smoke, because it is what it is. What it is, ain't it? What it is what it is, and that's it. You know a grifter's gonna grift and a scammer gonna scam. Next I'll sell these morons a comic about horsemen, because it is what it is, and what it is and ain't it. What it is what it is, and that's it. You know a grifter's gonna grift and a scammer gonna scam. Next I'll sell these morons a comic about horsemen, because it is what it is. What it is, ain't it? What it is what it is, and that's it.
What's going on, everybody? All right, we are starting the recording right now. What is going on, everybody? Let me go ahead and advertise myself on Twitter. Let people know I'm a Twitter shitter. Fuck. Where's my link, bros? Where's my links? Oh my god, dude. There's just so much going on in the news. Dude, we got a packed show today. We got a packed show. It's going to be great. It's going to be a lot of fun. And hold up 1 second. Let me go ahead and post this link. Let everybody know that I'm live. Me live. Ooh face. Let's do this. Hey, what's going on, Zoe Bomb? What's going on, AC? Welcome, 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 everybody. Got a lot to talk about. There's a lot of fun stuff in the news. You can't put off links on YouTube. No, I was doing something else. You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it at all. Shit. Okay, where did I leave off at? Because we got like some juicy hoax hate stuff. Should be pretty good. We'll see. All right, that should be about it. If we got time, we'll do consume sins. So before we begin, let me go ahead and do my spiel. Let everybody know that you are joining me once again on another exciting episode of the watchfrogs. This is the 104th episode. I appreciate every single one of you joining as always. Now, before we begin, please be aware I am streaming on dlive, Trovo, Kick, Facebook, Rumble, X, formerly known as Twitter, Twitch.tv, and YouTube. And for those who enjoy or prefer the audio-only experience of the show, you can head over to Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere else where podcasts exist. Of course, links are in the description. Now, there are also a handful of other ways that you can support me and the show and keep me independent. Feel free to head on over to my Subscribe Star page, my Locals page, or toss a generous donation donation to my Cash App, I'll greatly appreciate it. So with that being said, let me go ahead and put my chat back up. Your OnlyFans link. Look, dude, if I get fired from my job, you know, like there's just no place for electricians or something, like I might just have to do an OnlyFans with the puppets. I'll be the only OnlyFans puppeteer in existence. It would be hilarious, but also sad at the same time. I'll be a lolcow like Nick Rekieta. Fuck, man. Like I was arguing with some people. You know, like I had some disagreements, some friendly disagreements with people that I like and respect. Hold on, let me refresh this really quick on BitChute. Make sure that this shit is still live. All right, so we're recording. Yeah, dude, we're live. I'm live on BitChute. This is fucking fantastic. So yeah, now we're going live on BitChute from now on. Since Facebook kind of kicked me off, and it's really unfortunate that that played out that way. But there's really nothing I can do about it. You know. Shit, I just updated OBS, so you guys can obviously see it. Is everything good? Everything sound good? Nothing is falling apart? Yeah, I do have a message. I'm not going to get into that message. I don't like to show my private messages on the show. But Ozzy and Talks is talking some mad shit. Apparently, there was a debate scheduled for tomorrow. But I was under the impression that they canceled on me. We're going to debate the validity of the moon landing once again, but it was with an engineer. Another engineer, I fucking love science guy. I'll be more than happy to reschedule, but I canceled, or no, I believe that I was under the impression that they canceled on me, and I wasn't going to go through with it because tomorrow's my day off, so I got shit to do. So I made time to do this thing with this really smart guy, and I'm telling you guys right now, I'm going to fucking obliterate him. I'm going to pull his pants down. I'm going to fucking daddy up on him. He's going to get spanked. Well, unfortunately, it's just not going to happen tomorrow. I already destroyed Ozzy and Talks in the debate. I already destroyed Pisco Liddy, Destiny's little boy whore. Completely fucking destroyed. On election integrity, on the moon landing, whatever. And if somebody wants to talk shit and say that Deadpool 3 is good, well, you're gonna have a serious fight on your hands because that movie was fucking dog shit. It was so goddamn terrible. I messaged my former co-host Cheese if he wanted to join me tonight, and I don't know. I haven't heard from him. I'm worried about the boy because he's not home, but we'll see. He doesn't have to party stream on his OF as a mod. You trust my source. Shut up, AC. But yeah, man, there's a lot of stuff going on, dude. I might even get into some Nick Rekieta stuff. One too. All right, there we go. I'm back. All right, so I heard a popping. Dude, I don't know why the fuck the mixer does this, guys. I might just have to replace this mixer once again with something else, something more simple, because this thing is driving me crazy, and I don't understand why it does that. Doesn't matter. I fixed it. Deaf man ranting in a small room. Shut your ass up. All right, so where do we begin, man? Where do we begin? Let me see what do we got here. So Venezuela had a bullshit election. It was obviously fucking rigged, and it's incredibly upsetting for a number of reasons, but it is so bad. The fraud is so blatant that even Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, is coming forward on television and saying, hey, we don't have faith in the elections. We don't have faith in the results. You know, we're concerned about the voters of Venezuela. It's funny. They don't seem to extend that courtesy to us. People have legitimate grievances regarding ballots in this country, in the United States, and no one's allowed to see it. No one's allowed to look at them. No one's allowed to scrutinize them. And when the Venezuelan people were attempting to do so, the military was called, and of course, Venezuela is one of these crime countries, and there is a very, very active, very large population of criminals there. And of course, the communist president of the country can summon them whenever he wants and deal with these protesters, deal with people calling for reform, calling for election integrity. And yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. I've been trying to. First off, I'm lazy, so I tried to source some information from Twitter, but it's really difficult to get information from Venezuelan Twitter because I don't speak Spanish. I don't know anything. I don't fucking know what they're saying. So it's kind of hard to parse what's going on. So I'm gonna have to rely on the regime media. So according to the AP News website, Venezuela election as it happened, Maduro declared winner. Gonzalez claims victory. So now we have two competing individuals, two separate factions in Venezuela claiming victory, which is essentially what happened in the United States. Fortunately for us, we do, or at least we did, have a robust process to prevent somebody like Joe Biden getting into the White House. Unfortunately, the feds raided the Capitol and they prevented the examination of grievances and the prevention of the certification because they weren't going to certify it. Pence promised that he wasn't going to certify it and that they were going to hear us out about the election fraud stuff. So we're not going to read this whole thing. So Venezuela's electoral authorities declared President Nicolas Maduro the winner in Sunday's presidential election, while the opposition claimed victory in the race, setting up a showdown. The Venezuelans and the entire world know what happened, opposition candidate Edmundo Gonzalez said. Foreign leaders held off recognizing the results. Yeah, so from my understanding, I believe, let's see, opposition. Yeah, so the opposition, they claimed the victory. So yeah, this is still the case, you guys. This is updated 10 hours ago. Let me see. So we got street fights. There's already violence. There's already bloodshed. Chavez's legacy of socialism is hopefully coming to an end. There have been videos that I was able to verify where the military and other militias have been standing down and allowing the protesters to continue their lawful activities. So Venezuelan gangs under control of dictator Nicolas Maduro continue raiding voting polls and stealing the ballot boxes in an attempt to overthrow the 2024 Venezuelan presidential election. So here's that video. So I haven't seen any community notes regarding these, so I'm just going to accept these as true. Let's see. Joe Biden. Venezuela is a hidden entrance to the lost plans of Nazareth. I'm not going to read all that shit, Flash Case. What the hell, man? All right, so they're speaking in some moon language I don't understand. Yeah, so this is eerily similar to what has happened. First off, these don't look like ballot boxes. These look like some sort of voting machines, probably tabulation machines. And if you wanted to cover up a rigged election, you would want to conceal the paper ballots, right? You want to conceal those from the public, and you want to remove the devices that were used in the election so they cannot be examined or scrutinized by independent auditors. So this is what we're seeing here. Shameful. Outright shameful. Yeah, I don't know what they're saying, but they sound upset. As was I reading this. Oh, get out of here, Bloomberg. All right, so even Blinken, the Secretary of State, has serious concerns over Venezuela's vote results. All right, let's see if we can hear him out.
I want to speak quickly to the elections that just took place in Venezuela. We applaud the Venezuelan people for their participation in the July 28th presidential election. We commend their courage and commitment to democracy in the face of repression and in the face of adversity. We've seen the announcement just a short while ago by the Venezuelan Electoral Commission. We have serious concerns that the result announced does not reflect the will or the votes of the Venezuelan people.
Man, it's like 2020 in the U.S. all over again, but like the brown version.
It's critical that every vote be counted fairly and transparently.
Oh man, if only the United States did something like that, wouldn't that be great?
That election officials immediately share information with the opposition and independent observers without delay, and that the electoral authorities publish the detailed tabulation of votes. The international community is watching this very closely and will respond.
Dude, instead of having Spencer from Stadia Dispatch join me, I should have had fucking Secretary of State Antony Blinken join me while debating Pissman, Pisco Liddy, the coward who hides underneath Destiny's shadow, because he sounds exactly like me. Dude, I just want a transparent process. If the government is going to make a claim, you need to be able to prove those claims. If Maduro got 99% of the votes or whatever the hell they were claiming, let's see the ballots. Let's see the voting, the tabulation machines. Let's compare and contrast that with the voter rolls. How legitimate is this? Or, you know, why don't you have your military stand down and call for peace, call for calmness while this process plays out in the public eye entirely? But no, that doesn't appear to be happening. There again, at this moment in time, Venezuela does appear to be engulfed in violence. What the fuck is my phone? All right, I don't know where my phone is. Oh well. But yeah. Let's see what else have we got here. Moments before the rigged election, Kamala Harris, literally right before the fucking results came in, the United States stands with the people of Venezuela who expressed their voice in today's historic presidential election. The will of the Venezuelan people must be respected. Despite the many challenges, we will continue to work toward a more democratic, prosperous, and secure future for the people of Venezuela. You don't say. The United States will become Venezuela if Trump is not elected. Gunther, Eagleman, you're absolutely right. And even Elon Musk has decided to chime in and share my worldview about election integrity, about the phoniness of these elections in both of the Americas. Latin America has serious problems with their elections, but the United States does as well, as we become more like the third world, as the United States starts looking more like the third world. You know, people like Elon Musk are now chiming in and sounding exactly like myself. But unlike Elon Musk, I have actually worked around these institutions that carry out these elections, and I understand how these things work better than most people. Unfortunately, the good guys just don't work at these election departments anymore. They're staffed with political operatives. They're staffed with yes men for the Democratic Party, and there's no transparency in the United States. At the very least, there's no transparency in the swing states. Again, you don't have to rig the entire election. You just have to do it in a few states. The swing states, so the Rust Belt, we have problems. In the South, we got problems with Georgia. Brenda Snipes, thank God for Ron DeSantis. He fired that fat woman, and she's gone. And now Florida is not even a lean red state. I think Florida is now a safe red state. For those of us who like to bet on the elections, you can bet good money, especially right now, while there's a response bias in the polling. Bet fat cash that President Donald Trump is going to win Miami-Dade. He's going to win Miami-Dade convincingly. He's going to fucking crush it. It's going to be biblical. And again, even a lot of these conservatives are arguing with me saying there's no fucking way. There's no way he's going to win Miami-Dade County. Again, a lot of these people like to talk shit. Why don't you put your money where your mouth is? And let's do a bet. Let's both send a third party money, and on election day, whoever wins will be given the money by the third party. He'll transfer it over to us. So let's fucking do it. A lot of people are afraid. They're afraid to bet me. They're afraid to debate me. I take pride in the fact that a lot of these fake people do not like me. And a lot of these fake political commentators, a lot of these fake AstroTurf pundits on Twitter, they don't like me either. And they never respond to any of my stuff. And I DM'd a few of them. I was like, dude, let's do a fucking debate. Let's talk about this. And none of them want to. They just want to post some moronic platitudes and prop up this retarded culture war nonsense. And it's not convincing anybody. I think they're honestly, like, a lot of these people on the right, their whole purpose, their sole purpose on these platforms is just to delegitimize populist movements, delegitimize grassroots movements, and make MAGA look stupid and silly. They're doing it with Project 2025 right now, and they did it with the QAnon horse shit. You're just mad that the brave Latinx are turning Miami-Dade blue. Shut up, Flashcase. Cackling Kamala, curse of Venezuela. Annie is the champion of the cockroach people. I should assume a new fake name and then make my way to some Latin American country and just do basically what that guy, the president of El Salvador, just do what he did. Just like suspend the Constitution. Just be a strong man and just, send off all the criminals, just launch them off into the ocean, and just whatever happens to them, happens to them. That'd be pretty base. I'd have to assume a new name. What should my Latin X name be? Should be like, my name is Jose Gonzalez Contreras Amigo or something. I don't know. But yeah, this is getting out of control. I think there's a little bit more news regarding. What the fuck is this? Just continue. I'm not gonna give you fucking money. Fuck off. Let me see. Okay, there we go. So I thought this was pretty funny. So Venezuelan migrants in Chicago say election results could sway decision to stay or return home. I wonder what that means. What exactly does that mean? So if the conditions in their country improve, they'll fuck off. That sounds like a great idea. Sunday was election day in Venezuela, and the outcome could result in ripple effects across the Americas and for thousands, probably millions, of Venezuelan migrants in Chicago. Many local Venezuelans rallied on the Magnificent Mile Sunday to bring attention to what many say is the most consequential presidential election in their lifetimes and support friends and family back home. They say there is so much riding on the election, which will very likely determine if people stay or decide to leave their homeland. So I'm just going to assume that things in Venezuela are not great under communist rule. And it's largely why so many of these people have fled to the United States, because they were invited here. And of course, the NGOs from that country in the Middle East, they send them out here. And also there's a bunch of violent criminals too. So maybe the violent criminals are like, hey, there's a lot of, upheaval in my country. I could probably, make out like a bandit if I return home. But let's hear them out. Let's hear what these stunning and brave individuals have to say about returning home. Venezuelan pride and excitement also emanated over Katsi Avenue and blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Where an impromptu street takeover caused gridlock. Chicago police quickly moved in to control the swarm of cars that floored the area just after 6 p.m. Ugh, gross. Many of those who turned out Sunday did so in support of opposition leader Edmundo Gonzalez, whom they hope will end President Nicolas Maduro's 11-year rule. Gonzalez is vowing to do away with socialist policies that have led to unlivable wages, widespread hunger, and a crippling economy. Wow, it sounds just like America. This has led many, including Anthony Cesario, to flee the country. He's among the tens of thousands of migrants who now call Chicago home. Ugh. He arrived a year. As long as they're there, just stay in Chicago. That place sucks. Just stay there and don't go anywhere else. He arrived a year ago and said he is hopeful that Venezuela could be free and Maduro could leave the presidency. So socialist countries are seen as unfree by their own population, by their own citizenry. Very interesting. And this is what Kamala Harris wants to implement into the United States. Juan Gio Don Bon Jovi. Yeah, okay. Juan Gio Don Bon Jovi. I fucking love it. It's Latinx enough, but also Yankee enough, and also kind of fruity. So it's like everyone's gonna love it. That's a great name. Juan Gio Don Bon Jovi. Oh, fuck. All right. So let's continue reading. Let's see. Like many who fled, he said he struggled to feed his family, but he came to the United States in the country of abundance. And now his familia is eating Taco Bell, Mexicanos, and Costco hot dogs. But as the opposition grows, there have been growing concerns over voter fraud and whether they will be able to have a fair and free election in Venezuela. Yeah, again, this is what us Yankees are feeling in our heart and soul regarding the 2024 election. Maduro's 2018 election was considered fraudulent by many, including the United States. Yeah, no shit. Since 2022, 45,000 migrants, illegal aliens, have relocated to Chicago, and the majority of them are from Venezuela. Some say the election results could prompt a surge or lead to a drop in migrants across the border. So now I am more committed now than ever to free Venezuela, to expel the communist experiment, so these peaceful, stunning, and brave BIPOCs can return to their homes. Oh my God, what is this pop-up going? What is going on here? Dude, I got to do something to clean up this. Dude, you know what it was? You know what could be wrong with the mixer? It could have been damaged by that fucking lightning strike that took out the power in my house. Because I hear these like little pops. They don't appear to show up in the on the actual mix, on the OBS mix, but I hear it in my ear, and it's driving me crazy. Dude, I don't know, man. Guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I think I've completely lost faith in the Rode caster products. I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board and figure out something else, because this ain't it. I'll think of something later. But yeah. So ceasing socialism in Latin America, ceasing communism south of the border would mean all these people get to leave. And I think that's great. as long as they self-deport, I don't care how they leave. I just want them to leave. There's too many of them, and it's not sustainable. It kind of sucks that I'm working so hard and like, you know, $600-700, sometimes even like $1,000 just comes out of my check and is going to feed these people. It's a damn shame. Now I'm sounding like Oliver Anthony. Venezuela is going great under communist rule as the USA is under capitalism. Shut the fuck up, Marx. It's a bullshit ass lie, and you know it. No, don't go to Chicago. Go to Las. Fuck off, Flash Case. Yeah, please do not go, dude. If there's too many of them here, I'm gonna have to flee somewhere south of the border, and then President Juan Gio Don Bon Jovi is gonna have to fucking lay down the law. It's gonna be epic. But again, I don't want to fancy myself as an expert on election matters throughout the Americas at the very least. But there is a history. There is a history of election fraud in Latin America, in the Dark Continent, and a lot of what we saw in 2020, the blueprint for the kind of fraud that we saw in the United States just barely 3.5 years ago, we got these ideas from our Latin American neighbors. So this is from the show Narcos, which is based on a true story. It was about this DEA agent. So he's a Fed, so we don't really care too much for guys like that. So this Fed was ruthlessly tortured and then murdered, and you know they did all this horrific shit to him. And I think it was the Mexicans who did it. The Mexican cartel. And the DEA was, the United States government was not fucking cool with any of that. However, there was an election that was so fraudulent. And by the way, the Wikipedia page does support this. So I'm going to have to play this. And hopefully I don't get struck by this. So we're going to stop, you know, to commentate on it and stuff. So yeah, Netflix, please don't. This is a fair use. This is fair use, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God, I'm getting all these. Dude, I gotta start deleting some of this software. This is getting out of control. Too much bloat on the PC. Usually that's not a thing, but it is tonight. No, don't go to Chicago. Oh yeah, I read that already. All right, here we go.
How do you run a clean election in a country that's been defined by corruption?
You don't. So essentially, what is happening here? The polling locations are calling in to this election center, and they're producing results in real time. However, this asshole is able to alter them in real time and give phony stats to the press.
Transparency.
Yeah, so again, transparency, guys, is all I've ever called for. That's all I've ever asked for.
1988, the Mexican election was going to be unlike any that had preceded it.
Okay, so yeah, so this is all very familiar to most Americans.
Election monitors were placed at each polling station and logged all the votes on a single document called an acta.
Yeah, so generally, election monitors are completely independent people. At least here in Clark County, they could be anybody. So we've had lawyers do election monitoring. We've had judges, retired judges, sometimes just regular concerned citizens. There's a very simple process that you need to go through to be present as a monitor to oversee the election, you know, go on. Only telling the same lines to you use. Difference is I don't actually blame capitalism like Yanks blame a stub toe on a communist. Yeah. You're making me out to seem like a Steven Crowder or something, bro. I find that offensive. All right, let's continue.
Or tally sheet. That way they could quickly call in the numbers to the mainframe.
So the mainframe, that would be the election department that they're calling into. Again, this literally happened, you guys. This is real life shit.
The computer tabulated them and sent the results upstairs to the observation room, where the results terminal displayed them for the reporters and opposition parties. The most important...
Correct. So the way that this process should actually work, like if I was able to do like elections for all of the states, you would have a machine that you could vote on, and it would produce a paper ballot that you could verify to ensure that the digital version of your vote is exactly the same as the paper version of your vote. And of course, when you check in at a polling location, you're assigned a card. There's a way to identify that you actually went to vote. And the people who are running the polls, again, they're supposed to be independent individuals, usually managers who work at big corporations, or they're employees that work for the local government, and some, you know, just shit like that. And what the state should be doing is implementing integrity deadlines, because you want the polling locations to report back to the election departments and to the press and whoever else when the polls are closed. So when the last person is done voting, they should be keeping track of and tallying up all the votes in real time. So boom, boom, boom. It's 7 p.m. Boom, boom, boom. You're making your phone calls and you're reporting the results in real time. And after it's called, it's done. After the polls are closed, it's done. No one's allowed to vote anymore. Anything after 7 p.m. is not valid. If you weren't in line, it's not valid. But unfortunately, we're seeing a lot of court rulings recently where they're able to count ballots that were deposited or dated after voting is essentially done. After polling locations are completely closed and completely shut down and removed and put away, all that stuff. So when I say that we're not going to get the elections right away, the election results right away, I mean it. It might take a week or two until a victor is declared in the 2024 election in the United States. So that's essentially what's happening here.
Among them, for the FDN, working for Cardenas, former Congressman Francisco Avando. Now, every political party and journalist would have the results in real time. Because the vote was closely monitored, it felt above board. A new era of transparency.
Yeah, so again, it feels above board. People feel good about this whole process. They got these TVs, they got this fucking computer, you know, there's monitors even. And somehow there was still fraud. It only took a very, very few group of people to, you know, pull this off.
All this glistening new tech, it has to be fair. Or at least that's what they wanted everyone to think.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
¿Qué carajos es eso?
¿Eso qué?
Habían resultados distintos en la pantalla.
No sé de qué estás hablando, Francisco.
Eso parece una contraseña, esto. Por favor, no toques mi puesto de trabajo.
Yeah, this is what that fat lady, Ruby Freeman, was doing. Now, what is happening here, the opposition candidate, the underdog, which is this young Mexican guy right here, he saw what was happening. He's like, dude, this is bullshit. Like, you're clearly fucking with the computers. You're clearly doing something stupid. And this is why I always tell people, and this is why when I talk about election integrity, I don't really like to talk about the machines. Because while it is obvious that they're fucking cheating and that they're doing shady shit, they're able to easily explain away the discrepancies. They're easily able to kind of calm people's fears about fraud, about irregularities. They're able to explain it away with like, oh, some technical glitch, or there's something fell apart, or the power went out in this neighborhood, or whatever the case may be. There's always a way to explain it away, which is why it is so important to just be like, fuck the machines. Let's see the ballots. Let's see the paperwork. But it gets interesting. It gets interesting.
Haciendo unos ajustes al programa, es código. Ah, sí, es código. Bueno, pues ingrésalo. A ver qué pasa. Ingrésalo. Ándale, hazlo. No me grites, ¿sí? ¿Qué pasa? Que habían resultados distintos en la pantalla. Eso es lo que pasa. Nos quieren chingar otra vez.
Shut it down. Does that sound familiar? Like shutting down the votes, shutting down, election departments, and then in the cover of darkness, continue doing your shady shit when nobody's watching? Sounds very familiar, doesn't it?
Todo lo que estás haciendo. Vamos. Yo no sé de qué estás hablando. Ah, no sabes de qué estoy hablando. Hay que buscar al secretario. Vamos. Sácate. Yo lo escrito. Vamos. No le puedes acercar. Quítate.
By the way, guys, this really happened. This is a real world event. There's a Wikipedia about it even.
Silencio, por favor. Gracias. Vengo de ver las computadoras y tuvimos un problema técnico. Se nos cayó el sistema.
Señor secretario, ¿y eso quiere decir qué?
Moreño, explícales, por favor.
Explícanos. Vamos. La codificación que estamos utilizando es un sistema muy complejo.
Code is complex, sure.
Números.
Mm-hmm.
Y las computadoras que tenemos no soportaron el sistema. Es una pantalla. Lo que pasa es que no quieren que sepamos lo que están haciendo con esas contraseñas. Así que no me vengas con mamadas.
Francisco, te voy a pedir de favor que no utilices este tipo de lenguaje en este recinto.
Yeah, I mean, see, look how easy it was for that tiny Mexican, that Destiny-sized Mexican, to explain away the blatant fraud that was ongoing right before his eyes. He's like, oh, yeah, just you know, first off, I understand how those machines work. And if the other people in the room understood how those machines work, they'd be like, oh, that's bullshit. There's not a lot of information going through that computer. So they were preying on people's ignorance of the election and the new process that they implemented to get away with probably one of the most egregious examples of election rigging we've ever seen in the Americas. Then there was the 2020 election, which is obviously bullshit. Then Venezuela, that's pretty bad too. And I'm pretty sure Lula did not win against Bolsonaro, the Brazilian Chad, who has been deposed. So yeah, this is really unfortunate. Very unfortunate. We're almost done with this clip.
Eso es mentira. Ustedes lo saben que es mentira. Bueno, igual es como la por 3, no, tranquilo. Nomás hay que cambiarlas.
Cambiar las boletas, ya no hay tiempo, Félix.
No, las boletas no.
Now he's talking about changing the ballots, which you technically can do.
Tenemos que cambiar estas, las actas.
Hay miles de distritos. ¿Cómo carajo vas a cambiar todos?
Yeah, so much like the United States, our election departments, our elections for each state, they're all decentralized. So if you wanted to rig it, you would need a lot of fucking money. You would need a lot of manpower. However, you don't need to do it in every state. Like I said, you only need to do it in a few, which is exactly what these guys did. So of course, the Mexican cartel, they have it's pretty, it's a large enterprise. There's a lot of manpower behind it, like real manpower, like dudes with guns and chainsaws rolling up on your polling site and starting some shit. This happened. And again, we saw some of this here in the United States where they were destroying ballots, where it does appear that information was changed in real time right before our eyes. And again, it doesn't really matter how or why they did it. If we were able to scrutinize the ballots, we would not have had a January 6th. If we were able to recanvass the ballots, we would not have had the Stop the Steal era. If we were able to audit this in real time, we would not have a joke Biden presidency. Let's continue. Oh, yeah, by the way, this is a little El Chapo before he went, before he became El Chapo. Yeah, so they're just changing it. Look how easy that was. And who's going to challenge them? They got all the guns. They got all the power. They got these scary looking Mexicans telling people what to do. Yeah, this is just like, dude, this looks exactly like Venezuela. They even sound
Mexico's
the same too.
Most corrupt and controversial election was coming to an end. What they did was so goddamn brazen. Adding a 0 to the tally sheets gave them thousands of extra votes with the stroke of a pen. Immediately, there were protests and hearings. Years later, even former President de la Madrid would admit that there had been fraud. But then it was impossible to prove because they had burned all the ballots.
Just like what they're doing in Georgia and just like what they're trying to do in Arizona. Like, this really does happen. And it's so fucking offensive when these fruitcakes like Pisco Liddy and Destiny try to deny that this is impossible. It's like, oh, we have the safest elections ever. No, we don't. Like, you guys are bums. You've never, well, Pisco Liddy, he's a lawyer apparently. But like, Destiny's a fucking bum. Like, you never had a real job. You've never had a career. Like, what the hell do you know about running an election? You don't know anything at all. Like, it is easy to rig an election, especially if you are the DNC and you have all the money in the world. And it's not even just the DNC. The Republican Governors Association, the Senate committee the Senate organization that Mitch McConnell runs. There were a lot of powerful people, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, like all these people colluded together to depose President Trump, and they succeeded, unfortunately. And now at this point in 2024, a lot of us just aren't buying it. We do not believe them. To be honest, they don't need manpower or any of this. Just backdoor coding and that's it. No, AC, that's not how that works. Because the machine is largely meaningless without the ballots. They needed those ballots and they needed to be changed. It needed to be physically changed at the polling site, which is why the cartel moved in on the polling sites, killed people, destroyed things, and altered the tally sheets. Because the machine is just, it's like entering numbers into an Excel spreadsheet. Obviously, it was more archaic back then, but that's essentially what they were doing. So the whole like, oh yeah, the mainframe is overwhelmed. That's bullshit. That's not how any of that works. But it sounds smart coming from the little Destiny-sized Mexican with the glasses and the little adorable vest. He doesn't look like a thug. He looks like he's going to tell you the truth, whatever comes out of his mouth. But unfortunately, the government of Mexico has been captured by the Mexican cartel, and it's been that way for a very, very long time. Let's finish off this clip.
And the one man who could have done something about
Oh,
it
fuck, I can't. Okay, there we go.
wound up dead.
I didn't want to show you guys that.
So the fraud
I don't want to get in
hadn't gone
trouble.
away. Just changed its stripes.
Oh, yeah, this guy right here, Felix, that guy's like literally still alive, and he's still in prison.
Less predictable, more evil.
And this asshole right here, he's also still alive, too. Obviously not in power anymore.
Because history's got a way of finding just the right assholes to shake things up.
Buen trabajo, Felix.
Guys who could take a robbery designed to go down under the cover of darkness.
Just like 2020. Yeah, no, Friedrich Marx, I agree. Like, I'm starting to have a really sour opinion on lawyers. Especially after all the horse shit that, like, Nick Requeta has pulled. I'm just so over it. But we're going to get into some crime stuff because I'm going to be taking on another lawyer. A YouTuber guy, too. It's going to be interesting. Again, I just wanted to highlight this. I mean, this is just, we already watched this clip. Yeah, so Secretary of State Antony Blinken, it's a really stupid name, on Maduro announced we have serious concerns. Yeah, we already saw that. So this guy, I don't know who George is, Beheezy tweets, but he seems to be on top of the protest. So rightful President-elect Edmundo Gonzalez also says, here are all the rules that have been violated to the point that most of the minutes have not yet been delivered. I don't know what he means by minutes. Venezuelans in the whole world know what happened in today's election day. Here are all the rules that have been violated to the point that have not yet been delivered the majority of the minutes. Okay. Our messages of reconciliation and change and peace is still valid, and we are convinced that the great majority of Venezuelans aspire to it as well. Our struggle continues, and we will not rest until the will of the Venezuelan people is respected. Okay, bro, you didn't really give us like what rules were violated, but polling has suggested that Maduro was going to lose in a landslide, like 86 to like nothing. We'll see though. We'll see. Let me see. Let me just look up one more thing really quick. Let's see. Venezuela. Dude, I did not know how to spell Venezuela. Yeah, let's click on this hashtag really quick. Fuck's all this? Dude, I need to be able to translate this shit. Yeah, so we got these militia yeah, dude, this looks just like Narcos. This is exactly what happened. Dudes with guns guarding these polling sites, preventing transparency. Which, by the way, the UN, I've showed the document before, the UN has that list of signs that determine election fraud, election rigging on a mass scale. And again, lack of transparency, calling in the military, fucking with the voters. Those are major red flags. Our country just gave all the lawyers at the DA's office a big raise just to stay, and they can't find new assistants to bring in. Well, Zombie Bomb, you should apply and spy on them. Pixie, lawyers aren't even human. I know, right? Let's see. Give me 1 second. I wanna see, because I heard that they were updating the total here. Venezuela news. Oh man. So Reuters. So at this moment in time, it is not even clear who the victor is. So the Carter Center unable to corroborate Venezuela election results. the Carter Center, Jimmy Carter, the U.S.-based election monitor group Carter Center, cannot verify or corroborate Venezuela's election results. It said in a statement late Tuesday, a day after the country's electoral authority proclaimed President Nicolas Maduro the winner. The independent group, which has monitored elections across the globe for years, faulted the electoral authorities' failure to announce disgregated results by a polling station, which it described as a serious breach, adding the vote cannot be considered democratic. Yeah, so Jimmy Carter actually was one of the earlier advocates for election transparency. This is one of the leading, former President Jimmy Carter was one of the leading voices that called mail-in voting a total fucking scam. However, he didn't share that opinion in 2020. He didn't share that opinion in 2022. So Jimmy Carter or the Carter Center, they can go fuck themselves. Let's see, Chad Maduro stealing ballot boxes. God damn it, you guys are not supposed to be cheering on Maduro. He's a bad person. He's a filthy, filthy cockroach. And he needs to be brought to heel. God damn it, or Don Juan Gio Bon Jovi or whatever. What was that nickname that you gave me? Hold on, I gotta scroll up. What was that? Juan Gio Don Bon Jovi is gonna get a fake identity in Venezuela, and I'm gonna become the president. I'm gonna take that shit over. All right, well, we gotta move into the pop culture news. We gotta talk about Chris Tyson. But before we begin, we'll be talking about Chris Tyson. I'm gonna be reviewing Deadpool 3. Oh man, so many thoughts. Stadia Dispatch, if you're watching, you're more than welcome to join. Hold up, am I deafened? I don't know if you're in here or not. No, you're not. Okay. So yeah, if you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget, in the description, wherever you may be watching or enjoying this, support the show. And I just want to say that from the bottom of my heart, I sincerely appreciate every single person who's donated, who supported the show in some meaningful way. Like, it means the world to me that, you know, I'm able to get thousands of views across all these platforms. And yeah, man, I absolutely love it. I was watching Ryan Harkness' show, and he was just like going over like how much he appreciates his audience and stuff. And me being one of them, I think Ryan is great. We've had some disagreements about like the Ricada stuff, and same with Cool Hand James, but I love those guys. And again, I don't mind differences of opinion. Especially with the audience. There's plenty of mutiny in Discord. And if you want to join the Discord community, it's in the description. If you want to, fucking disagree with me, if you're one of these commies or Destiny enjoyers, you're one of these bugmen, you're more than welcome to hit me up and disagree. All right. So, anyways, Chris Tyson, man, the MrBeast situation. So, Chris Tyson is a man who is claiming to be a woman, and he's like wearing all these dresses and shit, looking really goofy. And this individual is in a lot of trouble. And they're having communications with like little kids and shit. And more people keep coming forward saying that they've been victimized by him in some way. And it's bad. It's really, really bad. Here's one of them. So we got this young boy here. We're going to speed this up. I don't want to listen to this shit for that long. Playback speed. Let's do 125.
Chris Tyson from MrBeast used me and manipulated me and did very inappropriate things with me while I was about 15 years old. I was actually friends with Lava GS at the time, who is the main victim of Chris that everyone has been talking about these last few days, who claims he isn't a victim, but we all know he is, and we all know he probably got paid off. Not only that, but he's also under an NDA from when he worked for MrBeast Gaming for 2 years, and he tried to get me to join MrBeast Gaming himself, Lava. He's the one who actually sent me the contract and tried to get me to sign the NDA, at which point I ended our friendship because I knew they were just trying to silence me. Me and him were both initially involved in running Chris's Discord server, helping him set up his Twitch streams and moderating them.
Nate's calling me. Hey, what's up? You're on stream.
You just leaked your address. Please end your stream. As well as other technical back-end things that he needed help with. This Discord server that we were a part of had about 10 people in it, most of whom were minors. I'm not sure how they got in there, other than me and Lava. He won a giveaway, and Chris invited him after that, and Chris invited me after I saw one of his tweets asking for help setting up a Garry's Mod server for the 10 million subscriber MrBeast video. This turned into us having lots of private conversations with Chris and playing video games with him for hours on end. Not only did we do a lot of unpaid work for him that he promised he would pay us for, he would also frequently bring up sexual topics that was definitely not appropriate to bring up around 15, 16-year-olds, especially with him being like, I don't know, 20, 21 years old. He would even go as far as linking me several different corn and hentai videos throughout the time of me talking with him. Not only that, but he had an NSFW bot in his Discord server before he made it public. So when it was just a private server, his little circle of minors, and he would use this NSFW bot to spam different corn images, alongside all these 15-year-olds. He would also frequently call me dad and daddy, as well as the others, which I guess we all kind of just took as a joke at the time. You have to think this is someone who...
Yeah, that's probably like the least egregious thing about this, because I remember like when I'd be playing PUBG with the fellas, and like one of my buddies would die, and I'd be standing over him, and I'm like, and he's like, dude, revive me. I'm like, say thank you, daddy, and then they get all mad, or they'll go along with it. We're just fucking around. However, my friends are literally like a year or two older than me. Almost all of my friends are older than me, with the exception of the ladies. You know, they're I like them younger, but not like 13. They're like 22, 23, that sort of thing. Yeah, there's just I just can't imagine myself at any point messaging a 13-year-old or sending them pornography. And I'm not a fucking lawyer. I don't always know the law. I don't watch porn. I don't engage with any of that shit. So I don't know what the rules are, but I imagine that it would be illegal to some degree to post or to send that to a minor deliberately. I could be wrong. I don't know, man. I feel like the authorities should get a warrant and go after this guy, or not this kid, but Chris Tyson, who was a man who's now claiming to be a woman, and look through the computer, because there's probably something there. Gio shopping for his cupcakes. Shut the fuck. I get the reference. It's pretty funny. The cheese vault. Oh, you fucker. God damn it. You guys are going to fucking rake me over the coals for that. Dude, the amount of shit that I get for wanting to date women who are in their 20s is just upsetting. It's upsetting that I don't want to date somebody my age, because women my age are just way overly opinionated. They're annoying. I don't like it. And I get shit on for that preference. I mean, again, it's not like I'm hanging out in a Discord playing video games deliberately with 13-year-olds. The only time that I've ever been in a situation like that is like one of my good buddies. He's now in the military. I met him playing Arma 3. And like we loved playing that game together. And I was like 21 or 22, and they were still in high school. But like I've never done anything like this. And all of my correspondence is public. Like if anybody young messages me, it's because they want help with their Elgato camera, or we're communicating in the comment section on YouTube. I don't even do the Snapchat shit. I think that's so fucking shady. It's cringe. And yeah, that's just not gonna happen. Or like I was playing Duck Duck Goose or Goose Goose Duck on the video game. And it was late at night, and like there was these little kids there, and I muted them, and then the dad comes on, and he claims that I was bullying them, and just no such thing happened. So guys just got to be fucking careful. If you're like a public personality, you play the video games or whatever, like you got to be careful with what you do and who you talk to. It's not just young people who need to watch out for who they talk to, because God forbid they run into somebody like EDP 445, and then he shows up with cupcakes at your house. Like that's terrifying. But yeah, let's continue the video.
We looked up to at the time, we idolized, we thought was the coolest person in the world, so they couldn't really do any wrong in our eyes. But looking back, I was definitely uncomfortable at being called daddy by a 20-year-old, and even just thinking about it now, it's just uncomfortable. This server later went public and became his official Discord server, but before it did, he had me and Lava spend multiple days scrubbing this Discord server clean of all of the N-words he had sent in it, as well as his friends, as well as deleting the NSFW channels and making sure no one could see that he was spamming corn to minors. This story is so much bigger and runs so much deeper than any of you really realize, so if you want to hear more and you want a part 2, let me know.
Let me see. Hold up. Let's go to Keemstar's page. Oh yeah, we're already there. Because there were some juicy leaks. Let's see if we can find them. Dude, there's a lot of Magic Americans on here. Oh shit. What is this? So this is allegedly from Chris Tyson, so I'm using alleged here so I can't be sued. Like, I could just imagine rubbing my dick on your pussy. Squirt emojis. I'll put my whole dick down your throat right now. Just pick your keg up and put you in your side. And just slowly fuck you while I choke you. No joke, my dick hard as fuck right now. Just for you. I'm so fucking hard. What the fuck? What you gonna do about it? Would you let me jeez, I can't believe it. Who the fuck is this? So this looks like a Snapchat. Ooh, I started to distance myself in a way it wasn't too noticeable. All right. The victim claims that she reached out to Kai and his team multiple times but received no response. Oh, fuck. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. What the fuck? God damn. The contestant says the amount Dream owes her is $1. Oh, okay. I'm gonna read all that. Dude, where are the Discord leaks, bro? All right, well, too lazy to find it. Should have prepped it, but yeah, this is getting a lot worse. Oh yeah, by the way, this jackass lawyer right here, I'm gonna fucking daddy up on his ass soon too. Where is he? I think his name is Bruce Rivers. This guy right here. Yeah, so I mean,
conversations.
Here, let's see what he has to say.
When you sit there and you have text conversations or chats with a 13-year-old boy, if you're a grown adult, you have no business chatting with a 13-year-old that's not your child. You just fucking don't. But
nope, not at all. Let's see. Gio, stop! It's turning me on. Cheese vault. Okay, guys, I have to confess something. That was not Chris Tyson's DMs. It was my messages to Cheese, my former co-host. Time to audio clip Gio's voice and edit me. I'll fucking ban you if you do that, AC. Don't fucking put my voice to anything Jack Murphy. Oh, great. All right, well, I guess I'm done for. Whoops. All right, well, I think that's basically it for the Chris Tyson stuff. Yeah, I think he's in a little bit of legal jeopardy there. Let's see. Don't pay her. I'm not responding to this right now. He paid her to go away because she's fat and annoying. He has a family and can't have pumpkin legs stinking up his life. Ooh, ooh. Crying emoji. FBI, open up that booty hole. Dude, stop. You sound like Nick Rekieta. Sounds like some cringe bullshit that he would say. All right, so another pop culture news. The fuck is this? Star Wars obsessed dad takes daughter to prom as a stormtrooper. Cheese, is this something you would do if you had a daughter? Here, let's watch this. Star Wars obsessed dad storms daughter. Dude, how fucking sad is this? This is not even like the daughter's idea. She's like, look, I just want to go with Chad to the prom. Just give me a limo. And he's like, no, let me call my friend Eddie and Mike. And Mike's going to be Chewbacca because he's the tallest. And my other friend, he's going to be the shitty stormtrooper who got outplayed by the little tiny Ewok things. And yeah, and I'm going to be this asshole right here. Oh, God, dude. Dude, Disney adults are now ruining their lives with the children, you guys. This is happening. This is real in 2024. In a galaxy far, far away from reality, nerd dads are ruining their daughter's prom. They're making, dude, Disney adults are making their children's prom about themselves. Guys, this is real. We need to have a complete and total ban and shutdown of Disney adults until we can figure out what's going on here. Oh my God, dude. Dude, if you were a femboy, Cheese, this sounds like something you would do. You'd be like, ooh, be my stormtrooper, daddy. She allowed her cosplaying Pop and his two pals, it was to escort her to junior prom. Well, the teen admitted she's not really a fan. Yeah, because she's a chick, dude. Yeah, dude, like hot chicks, cute women, they don't like this shit. This dries up vagina, like the Mojave Desert. At the end of the night, she said, I felt a bit like Princess Leia. Dude, first off, the dad made up that line. The dad made up this line. Ugh. That's basically it. It just, we're gonna get into more nerdy shit, but yeah, this happened. Keep watching it. Hello, Cringe Department. I'd like to file a claim. I know, right? I don't know, man. Like, I guess if like the daughter was a nerd, but she just doesn't strike me as a nerdy type. Yeah, this is clearly his idea. All right, so what else have we got in pop culture news? Let's see. New life hack. Getting an annual membership at Costco to avoid women like this. So here, let's see what she has to say.
So you need a fucking Costco membership to get food from the outside of fucking Costco. So like, I can't go get Costco ice cream because I need a fucking membership. And what do I need a fucking membership for Costco? It's just me. They don't sell the kind of dog food that I need. I'm not buying a bunch of shit just for it to go to waste. So I need a
It's like, yeah, the people who shop at Costco have like respectable pets. It's like, yeah, we don't serve food for pit bulls. We don't serve pit bull food here. You need to go somewhere else, ma'am.
hot dog. That shit on my lunch break just made me really fucking angry. A fucking Costco membership for a fucking hot dog and an ice cream.
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to get a Costco membership if I never have to witness one of like these ghetto brawls or like another public freak out over, I guess, hot dogs or whatever the hell she said. I wasn't listening because she's a woman. But yeah, I don't like the idea of paying for memberships. Like I don't really spend a lot of money. However, an exception might need to be made now to avoid the ghettoification of America. I mean, Costco might be the last safe space for people like myself. So she's making a good case for it. I've been honestly thinking about it. It's like, should I get a Costco membership? That Costco pizza is pretty fire. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Honestly, some of the best pizza I've ever had. Let's see. Cheese, I'm crying. That was beautiful. You sicken me. You sicken me, Cheese. You take those words back. Let's see. Something racist out in the Kia Forte while I eat my Costco glizzy. I don't know what a glizzy is. Costco is white man's heaven. Apparently so. I used to work there, but I ended up losing my job because I got injured. And they just stopped giving me hours. They didn't technically fire me. And then I moved on and started working in finance again and basically working for what I went to school for. And it was really positive. And I remember these fuckers, I should have told them to fuck off. But I didn't want any beef, and I really enjoyed working with the people that I worked with. They called me up, and they're just like, hey, what's going on? I'm like, what do you mean what's going on? What? You tell me what's going on. And this was like literally months after I had this job. So I got a new job, and they're like, well, just don't come in anymore. It's like, well, I got injured, and you guys stopped giving me hours. I got fucked right in the ass. And then, they're trying to like, bring down the situation, cool down the temperature, right? And they like, well, do you mind coming in and just like resigning officially? Like, what the fuck? Like, who does that? Like, I've quit jobs before. I just like walked off and I'm just like, whatever. And no one ever called me back. Nothing ever happened. So yeah, and I remember like the last like month or the last year that I worked retail. The economy was shit. This is during Obama's presidency. And I ended up getting into banking after leaving retail and politics. And I just kind of left, to do real big boy jobs. And no one ever like called me like, hey, man, you got to formally resign. I don't know why Costco did that. They probably know they fucked up. Oh, man, I should have gotten a fucking lawyer, man. Oh, well, it's too late now. And again, I didn't want the beef. I didn't want the smoke, whatever. Like I moved on to better things and my legs healed. And but I would be a liar if I didn't say that my ass was a little bit chapped because it was one of the hardest jobs that I've ever had. It was one of the hardest jobs to get for me. That's what I meant to say. It was a super easy job. But there were 8,000 applicants. This was like at the height of the Obama recession. And there were no good jobs and it was insanely competitive. 8,000 applicants. Out of the 8,000 applicants, they only hired about like 100 people, like 110 people, I think. And I was one of them. And we were seasonal. And if you survived the season, they were going to pick maybe 5. I think they ended up selecting 10 of us, and I was one of those 10. One of the hardest jobs that I've ever had to get. One of the hardest jobs for me to get. And I did it. And I made it. And I was into the job a few months, and then I got this injury when I was outside. And it was not my fault or anything like that. And I'm just like, dude, I need fucking help. I need like a minute for my legs to heal, whatever. And they didn't tell me to fuck off, but they stopped scheduling me. And I saw the writing on the wall, and I'm not really big on confrontation. I'm just like, you know what? If it ain't meant to be, it ain't meant to be. And I got a better job, a higher paying job. But fuck, man. Like, I remember there was this one lady. For whatever reason, she's calling me Dominic. Like, look, I don't know why, but she was calling me Dominic. She actually did work. She was one of the vendors who worked at Costco, and she quit her job. She quit this. It was like a decent paying job. The vendors there get paid pretty well. Costco does take care of their vendors. And she quit to be a seasonal employee because she believed that she could get full-time, be a full-time employee and stuff like I became. And she didn't get it. They didn't pick her. And she was also just kind of a lousy, worker. Like, she didn't really work that hard. I didn't mind her, but I noticed things. So yeah, that's my Costco story. So ever since then, I'm like, you know what? Fuck Costco. I never want to set foot in a Costco again. I hate this place. Like, fuck them. Every time someone's like, oh, like the Redditors love like soying out over Costco shit. And I like to like, especially when it was in regards to like them supporting Bernie Sanders or them being like something about like, oh, look how well they treat their workers. Well, I was one of those workers, and they didn't treat me well, and I was very loyal to the company, and I worked very, very hard. I didn't take a single fucking day off when I worked at Costco. I remember working. It was the winter season. I was working and I got really, really sick. I got a sore throat, but nobody cared. This is before COVIDs, right? So nobody fucking cared. And I was busting my fucking ass. I'm fucking drenched in sweat. I'm weak, physically weak, because I'm trying to like, and I didn't really eat that well, because like when you're sick, you don't really want to eat, but you should because your body needs energy. And I fucking did it, man. I worked really, really hard. And yeah, man, they fucking did me dirty like that, guys. When people have these like they do these TikTok videos about like my loyalty to my company or whatever, not to do it. I generally don't agree with those situations, but when you deal with something that I went through, don't be afraid to walk away. Don't be ashamed. Getting to where you get to sometimes the journey is rough, and it's not obvious whether or not the journey is worth it until you're done. And I finished up that journey, and I did get the job, but and it ended in a few months after I was hired. I think less than a year. I don't remember how long I was there, but yeah. Gio could have retired by now. I know, right? Those fucking cashiers, man, they make like $25 an hour, or maybe more now after all the inflation horse shit. But who knows? Who knows? All right. So, anyways, let's move on. We got to talk about just really quick Green Day. So the Democrats, they want to talk about turning down the temperature in the country after the failed assassination of President Trump. So Green Day's Billy Joe Armstrong holds up rubber Donald Trump head at concert less than a month after assassination attempt. A lot of like the MAGA bros and stuff, a lot of the Republicans, they're pretty upset by this imagery. And again, guys, like, it doesn't matter. You guys, we can't be getting upset over this petty culture war horse shit. The only reason why they keep doing this shit is because people keep reacting to it like very negatively. They're getting just so amped up over it. And giving, putting more eyeballs on them. The left sees like a standard Republican, chimp out over this. And then they're like, oh, yeah, it emboldens them. And it makes them want to go out and purchase tickets to see this fucking shitty band live. That's why, largely, if people had just adopted my philosophy about consuming and rejected their consume sins, this wouldn't be a thing. Nobody would know that he's doing this. Nobody would care except for the shithead millennials that still cling on to like socialism and shit and the Democratic platform. Let's see. Call of Duty censorship, more Trump derangement syndrome. According to Drama Alert, they banned the terms like fuck Joe Biden, but allow fuck Donald Trump. All right, well, let's see. Let's hear them out.
You can't do FJB, watch. Profanity.
Interesting.
Let's try. Let's go. Brandon. Profanity. But look what you can do.
FDT, fuck Donald Trump. It's basically the acronym.
Fuck Donald Trump, right?
Yeah, I've seen enough.
No.
Yeah. So this is like I grew up on Call of Duty. Call of Duty, the first one, that was my shit. It's one of the best games I've ever played. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, some of the most fun I've ever had in my entire life playing video games. I love that game. I look back so fondly on it. It was a much simpler, more pure time for us gamers. But now the new Call of Duty developers, they've implemented AI technology to censor lawful speech. So you can't say fuck Joe Biden, let's go Brandon, but you can do something to the effect of fuck Donald Trump. It's just not worth it anymore. When I was playing the previous Modern Warfare iteration, whatever installment it was, doesn't matter. I was getting banned. My speech was getting banned. I was getting censored. And I wasn't, dropping, slurs or anything like that. I wasn't even like screaming or anything like that at all. But, like if you were to like kill someone and be like, get outplayed or take a seat or whatever, like you'll get banned. Like they'll just report you if you outplay the enemy. And like if I can't communicate with my team, there's no point in playing the game. Like it's just pointless. Call of Duty
They really are putting the duty in Call of Duty, aren't they?
Oh shit. Is that the Green Beetle himself in the flesh?
Gio, I have had a fucking horrible day, man.
What happened?
Like,
talk about it.
Okay, so it's not like actually like I'm just trying to do like a YouTube Pokemon challenge run, right? And it's been horrible. Like I've been playing this game for 10 days today, streaming it all, right? And it's just fuck up after fuck up after fuck up. I'm exhausted. I'm tired, right?
Yeah.
I'm pissed off. I just rage quit my stream because I'm like it just went to shit.
Who is participating in the challenge?
Me. Oh, okay, so
Just you?
Gio,
Okay.
are you familiar with Pokemon, right?
Yeah, of
like
course.
at all?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm doing what's called a Nuzlocke. The rules are, if your Pokemon faints, it's dead. Can't ever use it again, right?
Yeah.
You can't use items in battle, so no like potions mid-battle to keep your Pokemon alive, right? So like that's another stake of the challenge. You have level caps. So if the next gym leader's highest level Pokemon is 20, you cannot go above level 20, right? So you can't just over-level your Pokemon. So like that's the hardcore Nuzlocke rule. And I'm adding another rule on top of that. I can only use moves if their accuracy is less than 100%. So moves like Ice Beam, Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, those moves all have 100% accuracy. Fuck those moves. Can't use them. It's cringe. Imagine consistency. Imagine doing something like consistently going to the gym, consistently eating well, consistently streaming. Fuck that. All that shit's cringe. And Gio, I just spent 7 hours on one attempt just to wipe in the end game, and then I just did another 3 hours where I wiped twice again in like the early game because I was a retard. Man, this shit fucking sucks. Like, dude, I can only use tackle basically. The shitty ass first move you get is all I have. And I'm sorry, I know I just barged into your stream to bitch about this shit, but it's like, I need a vent, bro. This shit's retarded. I fucking hate it.
Well, I'm about to talk about Deadpool 3. Have you seen that?
Oh, no, I actually haven't. So I remember my grandparents, right?
Yeah.
They like going to the movies with me and like my brothers, right? Like last movie we saw together was like the latest Planet of the Apes movie, right?
Yeah, you told me about that. Yeah.
So I genuinely think that even if a movie is shit, there's something about like the atmosphere of being in a theater that kind of makes it less shit. Like if I'm at my house on my PC and like I open up a movie and I hate it, it's like, I could just turn it off and do whatever else. But it's like if I'm in the theater, I'm dedicating my time, my money, right, to watching this. So you know what? Let's try to enjoy it, even if it's bad, right?
I would have walked out. I would have walked out if I saw this movie in theater. I saw it at home, and I fucking. I wasn't bored, so there's that.
It's like, I assume it's like Marvel slop again, but like it's Deadpool, so it's all self-aware. Was there ever like a damn these movies are getting repetitive kind of joke?
There might have been, but I missed it.
Oh, but
there
like,
was a
a
lot of self-awareness though. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
And I have grave concerns about the film. I'm gonna spoil it, so I don't know if you're gonna want to fucking stick around for that, but I'm gonna spoil the shit out of this movie.
Oh no!
And pull my
You're going
pants
to
down and just completely shit all over it because I did not
Gio,
like it.
Please don't spoil another Marvel movie Goyslop piece of shit film that's just there to get people to be like, oh, it's Wolverine in the classic suit. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
And they're like, hey, it's Deadpool in a wig, and he has tits now. It's so fucking funny, Gio. Please.
I only
don't
laughed.
Spoil shit.
I think I laughed maybe like 2 or 3 times, and it wasn't even like my Tyson laugh from Final Fantasy. It was more like a
Oh, like
you
the
know,
ha ha ha.
yeah, no,
like,
none of that, none of that. Chat, whatever you fucking Rumble, BitChute, wherever dlive. Let me see gorilla emojis in the chat if you enjoyed this movie. Yeah, if you enjoyed it. If you didn't, I want to see a bunch of green skins so I know who's based and who's the fucking. No, I'm kidding. So yeah, I didn't fucking like that movie. But before we get to that,
Monkey.
just one last thing. For whatever reason, the Kamala Harris cringe keeps getting worse. Joe Burrow.
I keep getting her fucking ads on YouTube, man.
Dude,
And
I know.
They're
everywhere.
always like, we need your dollar. Every dollar counts. Please donate to my campaign.
Well, now they're committing like reverse stolen valor. They're saying like all these like people support her when they don't. Like Joe Burrow, he claims that he is not on the white dude's call in support for Kamala Harris. He's a Bengals player. So just everything about this election is fake. This woman is fake. Joe Biden's fake. But somebody in the chat did say they miss Joe. I kind of miss Joe too.
Okay, look.
No, Chaz, delete those
like
gorilla emojis.
Okay, look, I'm a monkey man. Okay.
Okay.
I'm a monkey. But,
no, dude, we're green
there was
skins.
always something special about knowing that at any point in time on Twitter, I could just open it up and see a clip of Joe Biden tripping down the stairs, right? Like that's his trademark. We love him for that, right? Like, oh, sleepy Joe, man, just. Come on, get it together, man. Like, we don't got that no more. That sucks. Because now all we have is, like, fucking Kamala Harris.
Well,
what memes do we have with her that are funny?
Look, she's a lolcow in and of herself. And, like, one mistake that I keep seeing a lot of these right-wing grifter sphere, culture warrior douchebag, what they're doing, the big mistake that they're doing is taking her seriously. Like, you're not supposed to take her seriously. You're just supposed to point and laugh and call her cringe. But more creatively, of course. That's how we beat Hillary Clinton in 2016. Like, we didn't take her seriously at all. We made fun of her.
Go to the polls, bro. That got my vote.
Oh, really?
Like, that spoke to me, man.
I forgot to ask. What Pokemon game were you playing earlier?
Pokemon Platinum.
Dude, I quit playing Pokemon. I think the last one I had was Pokemon Gold. And I know I'm really showing my age.
Yeah, you quit at Gen 2.
Yeah, so after Pokemon Gold... And I think I had silver as well, but I only played like one of them. I just moved on to other shit.
Yeah, no, like Pokemon, it's a kind of an acquired taste. But we're not talking about Pokemon, Gio. Let's stay on track. Kamala Harris.
That's right. Yeah,
right?
Kamala Harris, a lol cow for sure, and she should be treated as such. Like there was this post. I should have saved it on Twitter. Where fuck, I think I got it. Hold on one second. Where this guy was like, because she just did a big rally in Atlanta. So Atlanta, if you understand the demographics, you would know that she's gonna have a big turnout, but more people showed up. Look at this shit. No, that's not it. That's not it. The fuck is all this? Oh, it's for you. No. Oh man, let me see. Let me see if I can just Kamala Atlanta. Let's see what we got here.
Kamala Atlanta.
See if we can find
So have they finally started the whole if you don't vote for her, you're a racist? Have they finally started doing that kind of shit on Twitter?
Kind of. They're kind of propping her up as like the world's candidate, the world's president, because she's like, I'm gonna be for the blacks and the white women and the fat people. And so what about Americans? Like what about like working people? But no. So here's this.
And you all helped us win in 2020, and we're gonna do it again in 2024.
Oh wait, hold up. Do you need me to share my screen? Hold up one second.
Only if you really want to. Like, okay,
I do.
I'm gonna be like a half awake co-host. So
I don't mind. That's okay.
Well, like I'm going to do my best to not bitch about my shit because I know that's rude. Like I hop on your stream, bitch about Pokemon when you weren't talking about it. And it's like,
no, man. I haven't talked about Pokemon since I was a tiny child. Well, I think maybe like Cheese talked about it with me, and I'm just like, Cheese, like I like women. I don't know what you're talking about. Hey.
Oh, but when I talk about it, you're like, oh, it's poor little Chaz. You know, let him talk. We don't
Well,
take him
I like you. I
seriously.
like you more than. Well, Cheese is not here. I invited Cheese on here to talk about Deadpool because I want to hear what he has to say before I fucking lay into this movie. Because it's just so bad. It is so bad.
So the thing about Marvel movies, it's like, is it bad because the movie itself is poorly made, poorly written and stuff, or do we think it's bad just because we've had 10 years of Marvel movies now? Like, if this Deadpool movie came out 10 years ago, would we say it's bad? It's just because Marvel like, I'm not saying like you're wrong and stuff. I'm just like actually trying to ask these.
Well,
things,
I'm gonna break it down intellectually as an artist myself.
Because a lot of these Marvel movies rely on the previous movies that came before it, right? For plot relevant shit, stuff that goes down.
Yeah.
A big flaw with the vast majority of Marvel movies is that they can barely stand on their own 2 feet. But like that's also part of the appeal of it, right? Is that it's this whole thing. But we've had this whole fucking cinematic universe for over 10 years now, right?
Yeah.
And it's tiresome, it's boring. Like the fucking so we had like the Miss Captain Marvel movie. Okay, what was it, like the Eternals? Like Marvel's the Eternals? What the fuck?
I never watched it.
I didn't watch it. Like, okay, so I was like not a hardcore Marvel fanboy where I jizzed my pants at the side of Iron Man, but like I was watching them, I was keeping up with them for the most part, right? Because like I was in high school, right, when these were coming out, right?
Yeah,
So
that
it was,
makes sense for
popular thing at the
you
time.
because you were young.
Because I was young and retarded. Now I'm older and more retarded, but same difference. But so I stopped at like Infinity War. I stopped caring after Endgame, right? Because like that was kind of like the big finale of that section, right? That was basically the Revenge of the Sith for that section, right? Like you have like the first wave of Marvel movies, second wave of Marvel movies. You hit the climax. We saw Captain America grab Thor's hammer. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool in theaters.
Did you cry? Did you cry when you saw that movie?
I love you 3000, man. Oh, I am Iron Man. Snaps his fingers, bro. Jizz my pants while crying, bro. Snot dripping down my nose, cum dripping down my pants, right? Like I was a hardcore, degenerate Marvel fanboy. That's all a joke, by the way. I want to make that very clear. I'm not I may be like a consumer, but I'm not a coomer. You get what I mean, Gio?
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Like,
I'm having doubts, man. I'm smelling it. By the way,
very specific about what you said.
All right, look, I'm gonna. I don't even know how to begin this review of this movie. It was so terrible, and I have so many negative opinions about the people who enjoy them, and I don't subscribe to the ethos that. Oh, just let people enjoy what they want to enjoy. Just let people be. No, fuck that.
You're a hater.
I'm one of the greatest motherfucking haters on this planet. I swear to God. Because Hollywood, or Pedo Wood, as I like to call it, they pushed out genuine artists. They pushed out genuine writers, and it's all corporatized. It's all fake. It's all ideology based. It's all pro Kamala Harris, Joe Biden politics, and it sucks. So I've largely tapped out of this a long time ago, but I ended up pirating this film and watching it in the comfort of my home.
Gio, I have a question for you. Why the fuck didn't you ask me if I wanted to watch it with you on Discord?
Dude,
I feel hurt.
I made popcorn. I was chewing the whole time, and I didn't want to subject you to that.
No, bro. No, just admit you didn't think about it.
You know what? You know what? How about this? Next time there's like a big movie, something like this, and I plan to review it. I'll have you there. I'll have Cheese there.
The boy, like ask Manic.
We'll get the green screen. Well, I don't know what happened with Manic. Like he disappeared or something, and
okay, like
he's missing.
He's busy. He's living his life. No hate. Like. Me and him, we talk every now and then, but it's like, that's just adult life being adult life. But like I said, Gio, hit me up.
All right. Well, next time
so
we
here's
will.
The thing: you hate these movies, right? Why not hate it together with someone? Like, dude, I could at least make it funny. Like, anytime Deadpool makes a snide remark, I would be like, yeah, that's so fucking funny. Like, dude, imagine the whole movie. I'm just, like, talking over it, being obnoxious. So I would make you hate me more than you hate the film.
Yeah, but if I'm going to review the film, like, I need to be paying attention to what they're saying. I mean, for the most part, it doesn't matter. But it's supposed to be, like, a big event. And, okay, so first, you know what? We're going to start with the plot of this film. I'm going to try to summarize it the best that I can. So Deadpool, he gets dumped by his girlfriend, and she's fucking this other guy because he's like not like. He's like in the closet with his feelings, and he's not like, expressing his emotions to her, and he's got like these insecurities. He tried to join the Avengers and they said no. So he's all like insecure and he's selling cars. No, I am not making this up. And then then there's a call to action. The hero gets sent on his journey. So there's this organization like the Time Police, and apparently this group was introduced in the Loki show. I don't even know this because I don't watch the fucking shows. I think the shows are retarded and cringe. So whatever. So these time cops,
exactly.
Yeah. So the time cops, they basically say to him, and again, I'm not exaggerating this. The time cops tell him that your world, your universe is going to be completely destroyed. It's going to erode into nothingness. Because reasons, I don't even remember what the reason was, because it doesn't have like an anchor, whatever that means, like something to hold the universe together. And usually the anchors are people. So when like a certain superhero dies, the world dies with it at some point. But that point, according to the film, according to the time cop manager dude, it takes thousands of years. No, I am not fucking kidding. So I'm like, okay, so where's the urgency? And at some point, they make it. The time cop manager says, like, if you get Logan, the Wolverine, you can whatchamacallit? You can save your world, but you need the Wolverine. So he goes back in time, and he goes through all these different Wolverines, and then he finds the one with the yellow suit, and he asks him for help, and then they get bamboozled by the time cop. Because Deadpool brings the Wolverine to the time cop guy. And then he's like, haha, you've been tricked. And he sends him to this place called the Void. So the Void is another world where all the bad superheroes get sent to. Like lame superheroes, just like really people who were, in their words, they didn't play nice with the timelines or something to that effect. And they ran into Chris Evans, who played the Flame On guy, the fire guy from Fantastic Four. Yeah, the Human Torch. And
are you not going to shit on me for knowing that?
No, not at all. I saw the movie. I just don't remember the name.
Okay.
I kind of enjoyed it when I was a kid. I was a tiny babby. No, you're good. So then they show up at this compound that was Ant-Man's dead giant corpse, and they have like this like sex dungeon or whatever. And then the villain, the female psychic, tries to kill them, and then they blast off using this robot foot that has like oil in it or something. So they fly away. And then they run into Elektra, Blade, the vampire, who was played by Wesley Snipes, was probably the only cool part of the movie. And then Gambit, which was played by the fucking.
I think I saw a clip of like him throwing his cards and stuff, and someone was like, "Wow, look, he's finally in his OG outfit."
Channing Tatum, that's who played him, because he was I like the Gambit character. I liked those characters. They were all right. But yeah, so then they all team up together. Oh, and the little girl from the Logan film. So the little girl from the Logan film, Blade, Elektra, Gambit, the Deadpool, and of course the Wolverine. They go back to the Ant-Man body compound sex dungeon, and then they're duking it out and they're fighting, and they were going to use the psychic to go back into their world, and they were going to stop the fucking time machine thing that was going to destroy the fucking. Like the time cops, they created this device to destroy worlds faster, and he only wanted to do it because he wanted to feel like a god or something. I'm not even kidding. Like the motivation for the villain was fucking stupid.
Let me just say something about that motivation. I get it, man. So like in my Pokemon playthrough, I'm like fucking with my computer's time to like move the day forward like 4 hours to like get different Pokemon spawns and shit. I get it. Like this, I can fuck with time, man.
All right,
I get it. Like,
you're distracting me. I'm almost done. I'm almost done summarizing this film. First off, Zombie Bomb. I am not rambling. I'm literally describing the movie and how it fucking played out. I'm not even fucking kidding. Also, yes, I still do gunsmithing. Yeah, talk about that instead. All right. So, anyways, back to the film. So they return. And they have like this epic fight. They beat up all the other Deadpools that we saw in the commercials. And then they go into the chamber where the time machine thing is. And then Wolverine and Deadpool hold hands. And they, reconfigure the machine with their bodies somehow. And then the psychic chick, she ends up exploding. And then they go back to Deadpool's house and they like party and drink. And then he gets to fuck his girlfriend again after she like left him for another guy that she worked with.
Okay.
So that's the movie. All right, so that's basically the film. And wow, where do I begin? First off, the story makes no fucking sense. None of it makes any sense. Again, it's like I feel like the film is for people who have a very unhealthy parasocial relationship with Hollywood. First of all, Hollywood doesn't even know these fat nerds exist. But a lot of these nerds, they remind me of like the Eric July fans. They're always talking about the business. They're always talking about this writer and this drama, yada, yada, yada. Because a lot of the stuff going on in Hollywood was literally referenced in the movie as like a joke, as a punchline. And it's a throwback to these fucking dorks that are obsessed with cape shit. And it was just, it never fucking ended. The fourth wall breaking, it went on the entire film. Like, there's even a scene where, like, he's in the time cop place, and he grabs a camera from behind what we're seeing, and then he brings it, he's like bashing it or whatever, and it's so bad. And that's honestly, it really goes to what I was saying about Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Like, the stakes are just not high. Like, these characters were done for, they were dead, and then they're brought back to life. You know, all these people were supposed to go extinct or whatever the case, and then they're brought back. And they keep doing this, and the writers of this film were obviously teasing the viewers and just joking about these tropes, joking about this weird thing that these writers do with these characters, because they know the jackasses that are going to go see it. They're going to see it regardless of how badly insulted their intelligence is. They're just going to keep shilling out money. They're going to keep consuming the goy slop. They're going to keep consuming this garbage nonsense.
And Gio, have you seen, like, at Comic-Con, Robert Downey Jr. is coming back to the series as Dr. Doom? It's
they're not even trying. They're not even trying.
They're not trying. Like, literally, he fucking... They kill him off, and we were all saying they're gonna bring him back. They're gonna bring him back, right? So what does Disney do? They're like, oh, we're gonna bring Robert Downey Jr. back, obviously, but as Doctor Doom. You didn't expect that one. I'm like, yeah, I didn't expect that because that's fucking stupid. Like, why get the same actor to do two separate roles? Wanna know why? Because they're going to do some different timeline bullshit, right?
Yeah,
like, like Tony Stark became Doctor Doom because okay, let me say that. Like, let me do a prediction, right?
Yeah.
Tony Stark became Doctor Doom after he escaped being, a prisoner, right? Instead of becoming Iron Man and just trying to escape and then be a hero for justice, instead they torture him a little bit too much, and now he's got bloodlust, right? Now he doesn't just want to be a hero to save people in his suits while gloating. No. Now he wants to kill these people. And then that's like the split timeline bullshit, right? Like, they're gonna do something stupid like that. Man, it's just...
It wouldn't even surprise me. And like the thing about the whole, like, the multiverse horse shit, it's like the writing is so lazy. It's also predictable, and it's not creative.
I used to think like multiverse stuff could be cool, but like I'm sure that you've seen like this. You've at least heard that South Park did a whole thing about Into the Pandaverse. They did like
I don't watch South Park anymore.
Okay, well, I mean, I do. Like, they did a special about like multiverse bullshit, right? Just kind of ripping on it, and it's at this point, if anything ever introduces a multiverse or split timeline shit, it's the most lazy, easy mode shit. Okay, so like Mortal Kombat, right? A whole thing about Mortal Kombat was that the timeline kept getting reset, right? It wasn't necessarily that there were multiple timelines, but Armageddon was always going to happen. Everyone would die. Shit would start over, right? Like, that used to be how it was. Like, that's different than multiple timelines, right? It's the same timeline kind of being repeated, but they can like try to change it. But then Mortal Kombat 1, what do? They introduce multiverse shit, right? So you know how you would play the arcade mode and every character would get their own unique ending, right?
No, I never played Mortal Kombat.
Well, okay, well
on the Sega Genesis, yeah, but that was a long time ago.
Well, well, on the Sega Genesis, if you pick a character, do their arcade mode thing, after the final battle, you'd get like a little snippet of, you know, text or story like this character beat this guy and then went on to be whatever. Well, guess what? Every single one of those is now canon because of multiple timeline bullshit, right? It's like I'm sick of it. I haven't even played Mortal Kombat, right? And I'm already sick of the idea of multiverse, multiple timelines. Nothing fucking matters, Geo.
No,
right?
it doesn't. I mean, it's really just a way to just, you know, pacify these nerds, these neckbeards.
Like, the one of the only like multiple timeline shit that I think actually matters to me that works, Dragon Ball Z, right? Like, have you seen Dragon Ball Z?
No, my friends liked it. I never bothered with it.
I obviously really like it. Well, there's a character named Trunks, right? His whole thing is he's from the future, goes back in time, tries to change the future, right, for the better. But guess what? His future will always remain fucked up, right? He's trying to change this timeline to make their lives better, right? Like, his stuff isn't going to change, and that's what makes his story interesting, right? Like, Trunks suddenly isn't going to have everything fixed, right? But like, that's what the other multiverse timeline bullshit does. They could just fix whatever problem that they create. And when the writers create problems that they could just fix and undo, it makes stuff like Iron Man's death, it makes it just feel fucking pointless, right?
Yeah.
And then they're going to try to do that for another 10 years. And people are still going to eat it up.
Yeah, probably. And,
Like,
and it's why it's so important for people like me to push back against individuals like my former co-host Cheese and be like, look, they keep making this garbage because you jackasses keep seeing it. And it's just like, it really is an affront to people who like art. And it also is an affront to people who are fans of this stuff because none of it makes any sense. Like it's like, I'm not even kidding. The guy, the main time cop manager dude, built this device to destroy Deadpool's world faster. And he also asked him to help him for whatever reason. It's like, why would he go along with that to begin with? Also, if it takes thousands of years or whatever to destroy the world, like why don't you just fix it? You have all this time to fix it. If the world ending is not the desired result that you want, and not only that, like I'm just thinking about it is so fucking stupid. I'm just like, why? Like the reason why these worlds fall apart is because they lose their anchor, and the anchors are like Logan, the Wolverine. So when he dies or whatever in some universe, oh yeah, he died in Deadpool's universe, but in the future because this takes place before Wolverine. I'm not even fucking kidding. So at some point in the far distant future, after Logan dies, in like 1,000 years, Deadpool's world will end. Well, okay, but why? Like, that doesn't even make any fucking sense. Like, dude, like, if you try to logically think about, like, scientifically think about multiverses and multiple time, like, it doesn't, none of it makes any sense. It's all bullshit to me. Anything about we live in a simulation, horseshit. There's no multiple realities, that's horseshit. It's all mental. And then when it's done in film, it is the laziest garbage I have ever seen. And people are spending $30 to $40 to $50 at the movie theater to go watch this shit. And again, it wasn't even that funny. How about like mechanically? Was it well acted? I guess. Visually speaking, it looked cheap in a lot of parts. Like when the camera was hovering over Ant-Man's giant dead corpse compound thing, like it just looks so cheap and fake. And again, if you're not watching the TV shows, like half of the shit doesn't even make any sense. And it really was that bad. And I'm looking at the score. The tomato meter is at 79%, and the audience score is at 97%.
I mean, like a big issue is like I said, people have been desensitized to the idea of Marvel films, right? So the bar we set for these films is getting lower and lower each year, right?
Oh, for sure.
So like hypothetically, if this movie is just okay, right? Like overall, it's just okay. But when people are expecting like another shitty Marvel movie and it's a bit better than that, people will think, "Oh, look at that. We're finally we're back. I like this one because it's not complete dog shit, right?"
Yeah.
And then like they get a positive bias towards it, right? Because the thing is, we don't like a lot of people. We don't want to watch and do things that we fucking hate, right? Like when I play this Pokemon game, I'm not trying to do it because I hate it, right? I'm trying to. I'm enjoying the challenge, right? Even though it pisses me off, right?
Sounds like a waste of time. I wouldn't do that.
Well, I'm gonna make a video out
God
of
damn,
it, right?
dude,
Hopefully
7
hopefully
hours?
get some money.
Dog, you could have gone to the gym. You could have gotten, like, things done. Come on, man.
Shut the fuck up. I could have watched a Marvel movie. You're right.
Yeah, exactly. You could have watched this
so,
horse
so
shit.
like what I was saying, like people want to have a positive bias to what they do with their time, right? If someone watches a Marvel movie in theaters and then act like, who do you think is actually going out of their way to then review the movie on Rotten Tomatoes? Someone that is thinking about it, right?
Well, these are actual top critics. Let me read some of these.
Oh yeah, the critics.
We got a lot of
I keep
squashes,
forgetting-
so finally the critics are actually making sense. So Yudira Khamikhuhala, she says, a messy multiverse film overrun with guest appearances and Easter eggs. Yeah, the majority of the film was just that. A Dowd from Digital Trends, even draped in copious amounts of irony, the nonstop fan service grows wearisome. I agree.
Exactly. Okay, so like the thing about Deadpool, you want to know how Deadpool works in small doses, right? When Deadpool makes a cameo in a Spider-Man comic, guess what? The vast majority of the time, you're getting Spider-Man, right? So then when you get one issue with Deadpool along for the ride, making jokes about how, oh, I don't know, like, who are you? What's your identity? Blah, blah. Like, when Deadpool is self-aware around Spider-Man breaking the fourth wall in a comic, that comic's what, 30 pages at most, right?
I have no idea.
I don't like, but I know you have no idea, but you're smart, man. You can follow along with what I mean. Like Deadpool's fourth wall breaking comedy works in small doses, right?
Yeah.
But when it's an hour and a half long movie, it's so easy to fall into the pit of nonstop fourth wall break, funny haha, self-aware, right?
Hold up.
Because that's
Spencer,
like,
get in here. Spencer, get in Discord. You have the role. I'm gonna have to fucking daddy up on you because you're talking shit in the chat and it's making me upset. You're saying things that are untrue, like that film was good. It wasn't. It was fucking garbage, and it treats you people like man children. You guys they're literally pulling their pants down and fucking taking giant shits on you, and you guys are like smiling the whole time, grinning, poop between your teeth, and you think this is a good thing. Breaking the fourth wall is not the problem. Like, dude, that's not what was wrong with the movie. But it did it all the time. And it's not like it pulls you out of the experience or anything like that. Like, if that's what the film is supposed to be, that's what the film is supposed to be. It's a gimmick, though. Just like all the fourth wall breaking, all the dialogue about, like, studio executives and cameos and budgets. Like, dude, it sounds like something that you would see on the fucking Rippaverse. Like, dude, like, Eric July is, like, sitting there on his fat ass fucking watching these shitty movies, and he's like, yeah, I can do that. Like, I can't even believe I'm gonna fucking say this. Like, if I were to compare this to Isom, I think Isom is better than Deadpool 3. Like, Isom's story is better than Deadpool 3. Deadpool, like, at least Isom doesn't overtly insult its audience. It just accidentally does it because it's Eric July. Like, this movie deliberately shits on the man children, which again I think is fine. I think it's funny, but when people that I like and respect and don't have issues with are saying that this film is good, like, dude, I gotta step in with my giant 2 gallons of haterade and fucking correct the record like Hillary Clinton. Yeah. And nah, man, it's gone too far. It's gone way too far.
No, like I said, I think Deadpool works in smaller doses. When the whole movie is just it again and again and again, the effect of, like, the humor of it wears off, right?
AC, you're a wrench. Are you able to create a poll? Here, I'm gonna get in the chat.
I think you have to do it. Like, that's a main.
Do I need to be watching my own stream on YouTube?
If you go into the YouTube Studio section, you can.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm in YouTube Studio. Okay, walk me through this because I'm like a boomer.
Hit the like plus button by the like area you can type in, right? If you hit the plus button, you can hit start a poll.
Wait, where do I do this? So I'm at the dashboard right now.
So go to your live stream YouTube Studio, right, where you see the analytics of like the viewers, the live chat. Yeah. So in the like live chat area, in the little section you can click into type in, you'll see a plus button. click that, and then you'll be able to hit start a poll.
So I do need to be watching my own stream. Hold up.
You just need to pull it up for a quick second.
Yeah,
hit
I don't
start
mind. I
poll.
don't mind. Okay, guys, we're gonna put this up. We're gonna do a poll as soon as the chat shows up. The chat's always delayed, unfortunately.
Yeah, it takes a second. It's a little tardy, but that's why we love him, right, Gio?
I guess.
He's our special little guy. And by tardy, I mean retardy. Get it?
All right, there's a plus sign. All right, guys, we're gonna start a poll.
Look at me.
Is
I'm
Deadpool
able to teach Gio something.
garbage? Yes, no. All right, guys, we got to pull up. We got to pull. Goddamn, dude, I sound like Air July. Yeah, guys, we have a poll live right now in the YouTube chat. So wherever you are on the internet, Rumble, BitChute, dlive, Trovo, Twitch, please head on over to youtube.com and participate in the poll so we can see these results. All right, where's my thing?
Yeah, don't worry. I'm sure someone's going to type no just to, like, piss
Dude,
you off.
Stadia Dispatch. I have friends. I have a life. Why would I watch Loki? Who fucking cares, bro? Those shows are all fucking dog shit.
So,
like, dude,
so
who
it's
has
one
time
thi-
to sit there and watch this fucking jackass horseshit? And I think what Loki is also about, like, time travel and shit. Look at Chaz being a pro YouTuber. He's come so far. Yeah, I know. Thank God for the Green Beetle. I'm just tired of Marvel shenanigans. I didn't see it, but I never was going to. Yeah, Ivan, you're not missing anything, bro. Everything is a fucking verse or multiverse or multiple. Yeah, exactly. And it's just like they didn't do it right, for one, and two, like, I don't even know if you can do a multiverse correctly anyway, because the science just doesn't make sense, and then the way that the film's rules don't even make sense at all. And that's also like one of the most. Oh, fuck, I dropped the glass, but it didn't break, thank God. Yeah, like one of the most important things about writing fiction is establishing rules for the story. And when
Exactly,
you break
like,
them
if
or
you-
they don't make any sense, like, no one's gonna enjoy it. Like, it just takes you out of the immersion, and again, like, it's honestly mocking people like you. Stadia Dispatch is just being fucking smacked around by Disney's cock, and he's enjoying it. Let's see. Yeah, I can give up an hour. I'm not wasting 10 hours on a series I won't like. Yeah, dude, like, I saw the trailer because everybody was talking about it, or at least all the dorks were. I'm like, dude, this shit looks retarded. And they're like, oh, well, you can't judge a book by its cover. Yeah, you can. Well, I can
Yes,
judge
you
a show
can.
by
You-
its trailer,
You very
for
much
sure.
can. No,
Like,
like, if there's anything that you should be judging, it is the cover. Like, Gio, it's like a YouTube thumbnail, right? If your thumbnail is shitty, misleading, just looks god-awful, you can judge. Like, that's the first thing you see, right? When you're going to, like, Barnes & Noble, Gio, let me ask you something. Are
Yeah.
you super hyped to, like, go to the LGBTQIA section with a book cover that says, I suck dick for a living, and I like it. Here's
Absolutely
why you
not.
should too. Like, you see a book like that, and you're like, oh, I know exactly what that's gonna be. I don't want to get into it, right?
Yeah.
And then when you see a movie, right? When you see, like, it's just another fucking Marvel movie. It's Deadpool. Yay! Let's go. Deadpool again.
God, I can't do it, guys. I like, look, like, I grew up, like, I graduated high school when they started doing the comic book movies, and they were fun. It's not fun anymore, and it's obviously not
exactly.
for me. Like here's another thing that I noticed. Like a lot of the humor, I feel like it absolutely knows its audience. Like the soulless, weed smoking, basement dweller, Cheeto, consuming whore.
Dorito.
Yeah. Oh, my bad. Doritos.
Yeah,
It
Doritos,
just,
asshole.
it's not
Get
for
us
me.
right.
It's
And if
not
you're
for
going
me.
to talk about us, don't fucking mischaracterize our group.
Hey, I'm a
man.
fucking nerd too. I'm allowed to talk about this shit. I've earned my nerd stripes. Okay, I've been there. All right, I've engaged in consumed sins myself. No more though. No more. Again, I pirated this film because I just had a feeling that it would suck, and it did.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah, so it's at 70%. The audience agrees with me. Stadia Dispatch, go fuck yourself. Again, dude, feel free. Debate me, bro. Debate me, bro. Let's see. Ivan, let me see what Ivan is saying really quick before we move on. Marvel's become a superhero. Bethesda, honestly, dude, it's worse than that. That's the whole point of a trailer. Jeremy Robinson did a great multiverse book series, but it's not just standard multiverse stuff. It's all computer programs built by an immortal man on an endless journey through space. Zombie Bomb, that sounds fucking lame. Dude, I ain't trying to watch no fucking computer programs. That sounds so fucking stupid and boring. Jeremy Robinson, is that a woman? Sounds like a woman's name. Let's see. Fallout became blah, blah, blah. AC, wait, do I like Doritos because I like Loki, or do I like Loki series because I like Doritos? Geeks, not nerds. Okay, I'm not. Look, okay, first of all, I'll say this. Okay, if you guys want like a good like time travel movie, like a really, really intelligent one, Predestination. One of the best films I've ever seen. Predestination, fairly recent movie. Ethan Hawke is in it. It's got a lot of rock stars in it. Just solid movie. That's what I would recommend. They did it right. Looper does it well too. Not the best, but I thought it was pretty good. I'm trying to think of another good time travel movie. Something that kind of dabbles in whatever the fuck.
Terminator is a good time.
Yeah,
travel series.
absolutely. Terminator 1 and 2 for sure.
So you wonder why Terminator works as like a time travel kind of thing? It's because there's a central focal point, right? Like Skynet becoming self-aware, right? That's something that's going to happen. The whole point of it is trying to stop it from happening, right? There's no multiverse. There's no multiple timeline stuff. The timeline is set in stone. Skynet's gonna happen. Right? But how do they try to delay it or stop it, right? It works because there are genuine stakes, right? If the Terminator kills these two, Skynet's gonna go off, killing everyone, right? So the stakes are there, they're set in stone, the rules make sense, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, you know why I think they make sense? Because I'm only thinking about Terminator of Terminator 1 and 2.
Dude,
right?
those are the only ones that matter. It got really silly after 3, and they did it wrong.
I haven't seen any of the other Terminator movies because I kind of got a feeling that they're just gonna get worse and worse as they go on. And I could be wrong. Hell, maybe the most recent Terminator movie is actually shit because they do multiverse time travel.
Yeah, they went. It got silly. I know it's like a gross simplification, but when it gets really fucking silly, people just tune out. You know, when it's too complicated to follow through with your story, it's just not good anymore. Go back to the drawing board. You're done. You're absolutely done.
Less is more, right? That's
to a degree, yes.
Obviously not.
Shows can get away with being overly complex. Like a Terminator show probably would have been decent if done well, with good writers and shit. If James Cameron was involved, it probably would have been okay. But the way that it was done, it was simple. It wasn't overly convoluted. And then after 3, it just way out of control. Really quick, playing Tarkov at the moment, but to each their own. No, fuck you. You coming on my turf talking shit, Stadia Dispatch. You need to fucking defend yourself, okay? You don't get to just fucking take shots and then just bail.
Up, bitch.
Also, did you ever see Madoka Magica? I have no idea what that is. Friedrich Mars says 12 Monkeys. I heard a lot of really good things about 12 Monkeys. I have not gotten to see it yet. That movie came out way before I was even alive, I think. And I heard a lot of good things about it. I think my dad even said oh yeah, this is one of my favorite movies. It might be good. I don't know. Let's see. Have you seen Dark Matter 2024 series that came out? It was amazingly good in my opinion. No, hold on. Let me take a look at that. Let me see. What is that? That sounds familiar. Sounds like something that I've seen before in passing. Are you familiar with Dark Matter 2024?
No, not in the slightest.
Dark Matter 2024. TV miniseries. Let's see. A man is abducted into an alternate version of his life. Amid the mind-bending landscape of lives he could have lived, he embarks on a harrowing journey to get back to his true family and save them from the most terrifying foe, himself. I did see the trailer to this. This is an Apple TV thing.
That sounds all right.
It sounds okay. I have to give it a try because Apple TV has been pushing out some content that is actually kind of beast. It's pretty decent. But let's see what else these Rotten Tomato fuckers are saying. So these are top critics. So these people are legit industry pros. So Sarah Fetters from MovieFreak.com. Reynolds exhausted that creative well with the 2 first Deadpool entries. I agree. And is only dredging up sloshy, wet sand this time out. Agreed. Jake Wilson, he's Australian, from the Age publication. Bugs Bunny, who in his prime never stuck around for more than 7 minutes, would have slunk away in boredom a long time ago. Yeah, I was kind of bored. Karen James from the BBC. Overall, it is middling, but sure to make enough money to keep ketchup and mustard coming back well into their 90s. Yeah, and that was also one of the jokes in the movie about like Hugh
'cause
Jackman.
They're red and yellow, like ketchup and mustard on a hot dog.
Kinda, yeah.
It get like the whole Marvel franchise is the hot dog, but we're the ketchup and mustard. We make it special. You know, some bullshit like that.
Yeah, for viewers. But by the way, guys, I'm reading this in real time. I didn't read these reviews at all.
No.
For viewers who
you cherry pick these reviews, man.
Oh yeah, okay. For viewers who spend a lot of their time online soaking up the discourse generated by insider fan accounts and message boards, all this will seem warmly familiar. But good luck if you're coming in with no prior knowledge. And I feel like this is me, dude. Like, again, I'm not a fucking disgusting Redditor soying out with my fucking cats talking about the business, you know, Hollywood business, talking about these fucking writers I don't know or give a fuck about,
Bro,
talking about these projects that failed or didn't, talking about these properties that are going to be included or not, who owns the intellectual rights to this hero or that one. Like, who fucking cares, dude? This film was so meta, like on so many levels. Like I was aware of it. Like I get what they were saying and doing. I just don't fucking care. And they try to advertise this like it was a superhero film, and I don't believe that's the case. This film wasn't for me. It was for the perpetual Redditor, for the basement dweller, the terminally online dork that has these parasocial relationships with these fucking writers and studio executives. It's like, dude, they don't fucking know you. And like, again, like it wasn't like, if people knew like just how fucking dumb this movie is, like if I was able to broadcast this all throughout America before this film came out, I would probably sink the film. I genuinely do believe that. And the only people who would go and see it are just like the neckbeard Reddit brigade. They would go and eat the shit up. This goy slop. I mean, that's all it is, just pure goy slop. A more honest title would be something like Deadpool and Wolverine, a parade of familiar faces and other superficial thrills. When the biggest draw of your movie is who shows up for a surprise, perhaps it is time to reconsider your approach to filmmaking. Yes, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but you're Indian, I think. But you're right. Kajiki Rawat. Linda and Al Lerner from Movies and Shakers. No, fuck that. That's a positive review. I'm not reading that shit. So, Candace McMillan, Seattle Refine. Where it loses this viewer, and likely many of you, is its forgettable journey. One that could have had the earnings of an Avenger, but instead has us hoping this is Endgame for Wade Wilson. This is from Ed Whitfield of the Trey. The impossible has been achieved. We're finally sorry for James Mangold. I don't even know who that is. I don't even know who the fuck that is. Spencer, you stupid piece of shit, get in here. But you can agree Deadpool is not a superhero. He is a fucking superhero. Are you out of your fucking mind? Now I'm getting upset. Dude, you sound like my co-host Cheese when he said that Aliens is not a fucking sci-fi movie. Or Star Wars is not a fucking sci-fi movie. Like, those movies are fucking sci-fi. Deadpool is a fucking superhero movie. Deadpool is a fucking superhero.
Okay, even
he
if like
heals.
Deadpool,
You cut his arm off and it grows back. That's a superhero.
Well, like a lot of the time, Deadpool is kind of like an anti-hero every now and then, but like this version of Deadpool, right? Like this movie franchise Deadpool is a superhero. This isn't Deadpool kills the Marvel universe where he's unhinged and killing everyone we love, right? This Deadpool is a superhero, or at least he's trying to.
Hold on, steady dispatch. I'm not judging the Deadpool character on the background or the fucking comic book lore.
Comics,
I'm basing
movies.
I'm basing my opinion based off the merits of the actual film itself. He is not an anti-hero. In this film, he wanted to save his friends' lives. He wanted to save his planet, and he needed the Wolverine. And then to an extent, he saved Wolverine from his horrific past or whatever. Like, he is a hero. This is a superhero film. Now you are lying to me in the chat, Spencer. I am so fucking disappointed in you. I can't believe you would say this is more egregious than the government lying to me about the moon landing. This is more egregious to me than the government and the regime media lying to me about 9/11 and what truly transpired. You're saying here, you're sitting there fucking chuckling like a chuckle fuck, playing Escape from Tarkov, more like Escape from this debate, and lying to me. saying that he's not a fucking hero. Dude, are you crazy?
Yeah.
Did we not
Frederick
see the
Marx
same
in
fucking
chat,
movie?
Like he's saying like he's an anti-hero. In the comics and in like some of the animated movies, he is more of an anti-hero. Yes. But that's with prior knowledge of the shit that came before it, right?
No, yeah, no, dude, like I get that
he
he's
doesn't-
the Deadpool's a fucking mercenary, that
Like,
he
he
went toe to
kills
toe with the
people,
X-Men
you know.
in the cartoons or in the comics or whatever, but in the movies, not the Wolverine origin, because obviously Wade Wilson was the antagonist there. He's literally the protagonist in this film, and he's literally a superhero. Like there's no dancing around that, guys. He's an anti-hero in the comics, but this isn't a fucking comic book. It's a fucking movie.
Exactly.
Spencer, you fucker. Dude, you're just riling me up. You're just rustling these jimmies.
Like he's just saying that to piss you off, man.
Yeah. Well, again, if I can save one person $40-50 and to not see this, I've done my job. Punisher is a hero and not an anti-hero, according to Geo.
No. The Punisher, in the context of like the comics and shit, yeah, he's a bad guy. He even says to people that like are in favor of him to say, "Don't be in favor of me, because I'm kind of like I'm a shitty person. I'll kill people."
Yeah.
Right? But, like you'll see someone in a back alley mugging someone, and you know how Batman, he'll just tie him up and wait for the cops to show up. The Punisher would just kill that guy, right? Like
wait. Hold on.
That's not like that's a bit too extreme, right? Like that's why the Punisher's a bad guy.
I haven't watched the Punisher show, so I'll give you that.
Either.
However, I've seen the movie, and that Punisher is not an anti-hero. He's a literal hero. He's a cop, and he serves his community, and he brings down a bad hombre, and then he gets punished for that. And the thugs killed his entire family, and he gets revenge on these people, and he protects his neighbors, and he avenges his family, and then he gives all these people like a bunch of money and shit.
Okay, well,
like that's
yeah,
not
well,
an anti-hero at all.
Well, Gio, this is like the same thing we're doing with like Deadpool. I know like a little bit of extra Punisher stuff. Right?
Oh yeah.
Like the comics and this and that, and like this is what we're getting into. You're not like a total hardcore get into every facet of every like hero kind of thing, right? You understand that you only really watch the movies occasionally when you barely give a shit, right?
It depends, but yes.
I know it depends. I'm not trying to misconstrue you. I'm not
Yeah,
trying
no,
to like...
you're good. Keep going.
But it's like, with this version of Deadpool, this, like the Marvel film Deadpool, the past 3 movies that he's been in, he has been explicitly a hero. Does he kill people? Yes. You know, is he a mercenary? Yes. But when one of the Deadpool movies was him trying to keep a kid from getting killed because the guy from the future says, this kid's going to go on to kill people. If Deadpool wasn't a hero, he would just say, okay, kill the kid. But Deadpool, he's way more of a hero in the Marvel films because general audiences don't really want to see Deadpool trying to fucking kill Spider-Man unless it's like for a good plot multiverse reason. And it's like whatever.
And even if he did, and even if they did that movie, they would just like team up anyways at the end. Like we need to go after the Raven or whatever, or the Crow,
or the Vulture.
The Vulture. That's it. Yeah, I'm getting the animals confused. Fuck, there's just so many of them.
The Rhino, the Shocker.
Whatever happened to the Rhino? They were gonna do a Rhino, right?
Whatever happened to Rhino? I don't fucking know.
I only saw like one clip of him, and they just did nothing with it. But yeah,
well, no, like okay, so the Rhino in the Amazing Spider-Man 2, he's literally just in the opening act, and then he shows up at the very end when it like
and they were supposed to do a battle off, a showdown, and that didn't happen.
But then like the film just ends there. Yeah.
Let me say, Friedrich Marx. You people don't know what a fucking anti-hero is. All of you. Okay, Friedrich Marx. What anti-hero? Okay. Wait, hold on. Anybody in the chat who disagrees with me? Describe one anti-hero activity from Deadpool and Deadpool 3.
Okay, so when it comes to an anti-hero, where we have to like draw the line. Okay, so a hero sometimes can do a couple bad things, right? But they're still a hero, right? But then you have a guy who's doing bad shit and good shit, right? Like, is that an anti-hero? Like, the line between hero, anti-hero, and villain, you know, it's really up for debate.
So I have the definition here. So an anti-hero or anti-heroine is a main character in a narrative who may lack some conventional heroic qualities and attributes, such as idealism, courage. Let me just open this up. Blah blah blah. Conventional hero qualities: idealism, courage, and morality. Although anti-heroes may sometimes perform actions that most of the audience considers morally correct, the reasons for doing so may not align with the audience's morality. Yeah, again, this definition here like doesn't apply to Deadpool in the movies, and it doesn't apply to the Punisher in the films. Like again, like a good definition of an anti-hero and something more contemporary would be The Boys. That's full of anti-heroes. That would make sense there. I'm trying to think what else. You act like you don't like them, but you're the only person I know who talks about them this much. Shut the fuck up. Zombie bomb. Turn on your location. I'm gonna fucking show up to your house. It's gonna get
get fucked.
It's gonna get fucking silly. I'm getting really sick of. Getting really fucking sick of your shit.
So I have a question, Gio.
Yeah.
What the fuck point are we on? Because like we've been like talking.
Well,
about...
they've been arguing. I wanted to get Spencer in here to defend why he thinks the movie is good. I actually want to. This water is tasting kind of funny, so I'm thirsty. So we're gonna wrap up the show, you guys. So yeah, don't watch Deadpool 3. Deadpool 3 fucking sucks. Vote it down. Vote yeah, this film is garbage in the poll on YouTube. Man, like again, like I'm not like when I watch a movie, like I judge a film on its merits, and I judge a film based off of very simple criteria, like is it well written? Is it coherent? Is it well acted? Visually, and again, visually, I can forgive if the other stuff is good. Again, like, is it mechanically good? Is it artistic? I don't see this as artistic at all. This feels more like an experiment, and it's testing the audience and their intelligence. I really do believe that. I really do believe that. There's something else going on here. There's a fucking agenda at play here, and also it's treating the audience like children. And like the funny thing is like there's no kids watching this film because you see blood and guts and all this shit. Like this is for man children. And it again, like if I wasn't me and I went to go see this, but I was still kind of like self-aware and like not like retarded, I would walk out of this film within like 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Let's see.
Gio, like one thing about me is I don't know if I've gotten like more cynical to things over the years. So I recently played Stellar Blade, right?
Yeah.
Or Gooner Blade, right? Like hot chick in tight bikinis and stuff. She's a robot. She can like slash up other shit, right? Like whatever. So throughout the game, I was just kind of bullshitting, being like, oh no, this guy's gonna be the final boss. I sure hope he doesn't fucking betray me. And I say, oh no, this other character got killed. Damn. I sure hope she doesn't come back for like an emotional through line in the game. And what fucking happens? The shit that I said at the very beginning of the game, right? Kind of like half-assing, be like, damn, this plot, I hope it doesn't do this shit. It does that shit. And it's like, I don't know if it's because I've gotten older and I can see the logical progression of a plot before it's happening. Like, I've watched and read a lot of shit, right? So, in my mind, I understand how a plot should, like, function, right?
Yeah.
You introduce characters, they have to have some sort of purpose. I don't know if it's because I've gotten, like, way more cynical, but I, like, called out all this shit, right? Even jokingly.
I don't really think it's cynicism. I think it's more just pattern recognition.
Yeah,
like if you watched or consumed enough content, you should be able to see what's coming like a mile away.
So with something like fucking, Deadpool 3, it's just I can, even without watching the film, I know exactly why I'm going to get with it, right? So it's just
I didn't realize it'd be this bad. But when I was watching it, like I was able to predict the next beats. It's like, yeah. Wolverine and Deadpool are not going to die at the end. They're going to live happily ever after. Again, there's no stakes at all in this film. And there was even like a hint where like towards the end, there was like this fat woman, this fat black woman. She's like the Time Cop CEO, like the Time CEO of this company. And she's just like Wolverine or Deadpool asks like, hey, can we save like our friends who were fucked and left behind in the void? She's like, I'll think about it. It's like, oh, okay, great. Well, here comes Alexa or Elektra. Here comes, Blade. Here, Wesley Snipes. By the way, Wesley Snipes look great. That guy's like fucking old as shit, but he's in great shape. And I enjoyed Blade. Like, dude, Blade, that soundtrack went so fucking hard. I love it.
The only like it because he's black, and if you didn't like him for that, you would have been canceled. So it's like I get it.
No, it was legitimately good.
No, it's fine. No,
I think
it's
him
fine.
being
Like,
black made it
you don't-
cooler.
you- I mean, good. Yeah, good. No, keep hiding it. Like you got to keep up this facade.
God damn it! I legitimately enjoy Blade. Like, look.
Yeah, I know. I know you legitimately enjoyed it. You loved that film.
It's like you're a good ally, Gio. It's okay. The Southern Poverty Law Center is not going to look at you.
You love the African American community. BLM. Fuck yeah.
Disavow. All right, guys. So we gotta move on. I think we got some more pop culture stuff.
So Gio, if I got to go to bed. You know, I've been playing Pokemon for 12 hours today. So
dude, those videos better get you 1 million views, bro.
They don't. Okay, so I did upload a video a week ago. It's got 26K views. So for a channel as small as mine, it's doing very well.
That is very, very good.
But I do got to go to bed. So Gio, I hope I was a good co-host for the
Yeah,
short
buddy,
time
I always enjoy you joining. I'm sorry I ruined the film for you, but go see it with your grandparents anyways. See it with them anyways. Buy the popcorn and make a thing of it.
Okay, so here's the thing. If I say I like the film, am I saying that I think it's the greatest film ever made that's changed my life in every way, shape, or form? No. If I'm going into this expecting Marvel goy slop, if I get a laugh out of it, if I think that it wasn't a complete waste of time, that's not me saying I think the film is the most amazing thing ever, but I highly doubt this film is going to be a 1 out of 10 dog shit, completely atrocity, right?
You'll get a couple laughs out of it. You'll get a couple laughs out of it, and you'll be with your family. So it's not gonna be a complete waste of time, dude.
Exactly. But I'm expecting 4, 5 out of 10, completely mediocre, middle of the road Marvel movie. That's why I'm expecting, right? And whether or not I see it and I get what I expect, right? I don't know, Gio, I'm kind of tempted just to make a video talking about why this film is the greatest thing of all time, purely just to piss you off. Because
I'll never talk to you again. I'll never talk. I'm honestly thinking about never talking to Spencer again either. I'm just so disappointed in him.
Oh,
he's being so cowardly.
Over Deadpool 3, dude, he's playing Tarkov.
I'm kidding. Spencer, I love you, buddy, but your takes are cringe. Okay, your opinion is cringe. Deadpool is bad. I mean, for fuck's sake, man, you defended Nick Rekieta. Okay, you defended Nick Rekieta when it was obvious that guy was a shitter. And I know our history and all that, but come on, man, the writing's on the wall. Deadpool 3 is bad. Nick Rekieta bad.
Right. Yeah, Gio, I gotta go to bed.
All right, buddy.
Hope you have a good night, man.
All right,
thanks for letting me on.
I appreciate you
enjoy
joining,
talking
man.
with you, man.
That's why I always have this thing open so you guys can join whenever.
Awesome. Have a good night, man.
Peace out, buddy. Don't introduce her to Gio. Oh, you guys are talking to Gio trying not to get canceled. Yeah, I don't want to get canceled, bro. Look, I'm one of Mossad's greatest assets here in the United States. As long as that persists, things are cool. As long as, I prop up black voices, I'm good. All right, guys, it's gonna be okay. I'll still be based. I just gotta, play a little bit of lip service. So yeah, it's all the that's basically the only thing going on in pop culture news. We went over everything. Let's see, don't introduce her to Gio. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Oh, he said his girlfriend paid for the ticket. Mr. Steele. Oh, you guys are talking about Chaz's grandma. First off, she's still with the grandpa. Grandma and grandpa together. Guys, you guys are fucking disgusting. All right? Those are very inappropriate comments to be making in the chat, and I'm so disappointed. Okay. So with that being said, do I really want to do this? I should probably, you know what? I'm gonna do a separate video on this. Guys, I want to do a couple independent, style videos, because this is way too fucking long, and I want to condense it, but I want to take on this lawyer. Because I'm not really afraid of these people. And look at this shit, dude. I'm just gonna say this. I'm probably gonna include it in the video that I do about this guy. But the Sonia, I don't even know if that's the correct spelling. I think her name was Sonia. Sonia Massey was what appears to be a mentally ill woman, allegedly, and she called the police because she needed help. There was a prowler. She claims that there was a prowler in her yard. Probably not true. She probably overly paranoid for mental issue reasons. And she throws a pot of boiling hot water at the police. And what I noticed about the here's what I noticed about this. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna just skip through all this horse shit. Cause he just goes on and on and on. Let's keep going. Alright, so right here's the body cam footage. So at this point I'm gonna mute it just because there might be like gunshots and shit. But so at some point, or at this point right here, one of the police officers signals to another, the last thing we need is a, fuck it.
And then you can dig around for your paper.
So she's looking for her ID so they can just ID her, get her name, and for the report, and then fuck off. So she doesn't have her ID, and she also wants to show them some paperwork for whatever reason.
I don't know where my ID is.
You have that stack right there, maybe?
1 second.
So right there, right here, at that last second on the right, the cop points to the stove where there's a pot of boiling hot water. Boiling hot water, for those who don't know, is over 200 degrees. At that point, if boiling hot water over 200 degrees makes contact with your skin, you get really, really bad burns. So bad the skin falls off.
Check on her. We don't need a fire while we're here.
Yeah, so they're talking about this pot. So the conversation's pretty Gucci. Ivan Lorenzo, damn it, I was going to super chat to make you review the Hammerhand Chaz YTP I made on stream, but he's gone. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, he left. Yeah, he goes to bed around this time. Oh, dude, you can always interrupt, man. You guys are allowed to super chat anything you want. I am yours when you super chat. Just letting you guys know. All right, so anyways, back to this. So she's going to the pot, and what she's doing is not entirely obvious.
Right.
All right. So red pot. So these two guys know that this woman is not mentally well. The brain health is not there. So they back up because she's holding a pot of boiling hot water. And they don't trust her. And this mentally ill woman picks up on this. And you're going to hear her respond to them literally backing away from her because they don't want to be near that shit.
Huh?
Where are you going? She asked, where are you going? You know what that reminds me of? When Joe Biden called President Trump after the failed assassination attempt in Pennsylvania. And he's like, hey, man, I hope you're okay. I hope your family's okay, But I got to ask, why did you turn your head when you did? So what the fuck do you mean, why I turned my head? What is that supposed to fucking mean? She goes over to the pot of boiling hot water. She removes it from the stove. And they're getting away from it because, again, this woman is not all there. They asked her for her last name, and it took her a very long time to answer. She wasn't like, well, what do you need my last name for? It was like, she's not all there, mentally speaking. So they're backing away. She's like, where are you going? Why are you backing away? Like, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Like, just because you're not mentally well doesn't mean you're not capable of doing grave harm unto another person. It does not mean that, you're all innocent and the sweet little angel, that's just not how the real world works. Like, mentally ill people do violent, heinous shit all the time. And these officers, these young men here are not playing fucking games with their life.
Your hot steaming water.
Away from my hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she repeats, oh, you're getting away from my hot steaming water. Again, hot boiling water, hot steaming water generally exceeds over 200 degrees. 200 degrees, you guys.
I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
And now she repeats multiple times, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. In biblical terms, what that means is to cast out a demon inside you, to cast out bad spirits inside you. That this is scriptures now. This is scriptures now. All right, let's continue.
You better not. I swear to God, I'll fucking shoot you right in your fucking face.
All right, so they fucking get it, right? These people, these fellas here, these cops do not feel safe. Woman picks up a pot of boiling hot water. She's saying, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. She's saying, why are you getting away from me? Where are you going? Like when evil people in the movies are like, where are you going? Why are you leaving me? Everything's okay. You don't have to go anywhere. And then like the protagonist is like, what the fuck? Like things aren't right. And they're fucking off. These cops aren't stupid. So then she was saying, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus multiple times. And he gives her a warning, which by the way is totally legal. The cops say, I'm going to fucking shoot you all the time. Not a crime. Don't put your hands in your pocket and reach for the knife. I'm going to shoot you. Don't reach for that gun or I'm going to shoot you. Is a boiling pot of water a deadly weapon? It can be. Is it going to cause grave bodily injury? If it makes contact with you, yes.
What'd she say?
So they ask her where she's going. He said,
And this is the lawyer's son.
away from your hot steaming water. And then she says, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Away from your hot steaming water.
Away from the hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Oh, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
She says, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Clearly, she's got mental health issues. There's no question that she's got mental health issues.
Yeah, and that does not negate your right to self-defense. Just because somebody is mentally ill does not negate your right to self-defense.
You better fucking not.
By the way, down here, right where my mouse cursor's at, keep an eye on this area right here. Keep an eye on this area right here, okay?
I'll fucking shoot you right in your fucking face.
You better not. I'm going to shoot you right in your face.
Lawful command. Don't reach for that weapon. Don't reach for that gun. Don't reach for that knife. Don't reach for that fucking pot. Don't throw that fucking pot at me or I'm going to shoot you. Completely lawful commands. This guy's a lawyer, not a cop. He's never worked cases. He's never been out in the streets dealing with violent criminals. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
So she poses no danger to this cop.
Go fuck
She
off.
just
Yes,
does
she
it.
does. A boiling, like, are you going to die? I don't know. But I know for a fact, boiling hot water, your skin falls off. Horrific burns. I've seen them in the course of the work that I did. I've seen victims of abuse with horrific burns from water, from fire. I've seen it. My expertise I use to conclude that Althea Bernstein burned her own face because I know what they look like. I've seen it done to kids, right? And she burned her own face and said that these evil MAGA boys did it. And of course it was bullshit. FBI came in and whatever. Yeah, all crazy people are dangerous. Yeah, agreed. Zombie Bomb, agreed. Well, not all. But they can be. This woman is. Remember, look out for this chair. Look out for this chair right here.
Drop the fucking pot. Drop the fucking pot. Drop the fucking pot.
19 shots fired.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
All right. I'm going to slow this down a lot because I want to make this point. This is going to be a good one. We're going to put 0.5. Remember, right here where this computer chair is, I want you to look at this chair. Don't worry about the gunshots. Don't worry about anything. Focus on that chair. Okay? She says, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to slow it down a little bit more because I don't want anybody to miss this. 0.25. Okay, that's way too slow. That sounds awful. All right, let's continue. So right here on the left-hand side, the cop that does the shooting, because the camera is from the perspective of an officer who doesn't have the best line of sight on the perpetrator here. So the individual on the left, the cop on the left, he moves over to the right to get a better visual of the perp. Okay? This is very, very important to do because you don't know what she's doing when she's getting down on the floor. Is she reaching for a knife? Is she reaching for a gun? Is she reaching for some device that can cause grave bodily harm to herself or to someone else? She could have spilled that pot on herself and they would need to render aid and it might not even be safe. They know this woman is crazy. She made what I believe to be somewhat of a threat. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. So again, look at this chair right here.
Drop the fucking pot! Drop!
Look at the chair. We just heard the gunshot. We just heard the gunshot right now. Look at this chair. Look at the chair right there. Okay? You see that? That's boiling hot water. That cop only shot when the pot was either over her shoulder or over her head, and she chugged boiling hot water at them. They appear to be, I mean, perspective is kind of difficult to ascertain in body cam footage because of the lens distortion, the little fisheye lens thingy. So they're probably about 4 feet, 4.5 feet away from that computer chair where the boiling hot water is. That woman, this crazy deranged woman, and again, none of this should have happened. I'm saying this, I'm not happy that this happened. This is a horrible shoot. Not illegal, but it was a horrible situation for the cops to have been in. And, you know, if the story, as advertised, woman sees creepy guy prowling in her neighbor, not in the neighbor, prowling outside her home, prowling outside the window. She calls these police for help. And now we're at a point where these cops feel threatened by this crazy lady throwing a pot of boiling hot water. You can see the steam right there, you guys. I'm not making this up. But there's an overall point that needs to be made here. Let's play this. Yeah, look at that. You can see the water. You can see the water there. There's still slight steam kind of coming off this computer chair. All right, let's go back to normal because I want to respond to something this idiot says.
Just shoots her 3 times. 3 times.
Are you sure? Oh, for no reason. She said, I'm sorry. They just shot her 3 times for no fucking reason. Really?
So when he fires, they could have retreated. They absolutely could have retreated.
You fucking idiot. Yeah, this is a coin toss in my opinion. It might be biased against cop, but I see it more of cop's fault. I don't know. And the guy's been charged with the crime, but he's presumed to be innocent. And look, I think the cop made some mistakes. I'm not going to play the entire body cam footage, but from my understanding, the main cop, the cop that did the shoot, he had no patience for this woman. And if I was his superior, I'd be like, look, dude, like, let's say none of this happened, but I'm reviewing the body cam footage and I'm grading him on his performance. But like, listen, man, part of the gig working for the government is communicating public policy to the public. It means all of the public. That means you're going to have to interact with people who are going to give you a hard time, who don't even fucking like you, who probably post on Facebook that wish you were dead and you were out of a job. Whatever. You don't have the luxury of being impatient with a woman who struggles to give you your last name, who's not able to answer simple questions, who is clearly not all there. And getting an ID was a major undertaking for this person. Had his temperament been dialed down a bit, this probably could have been avoided. But did he do anything illegal? In my opinion, no. Did he escalate the situation with his the way that he was communicating with the woman? Because I personally didn't like it. Like, you know, like it's like, you know, what is your last name? And it's like, what is your last name? Please give me your ID. Oh, well, here's some paper I want to show you. I don't want to see the paper. We'll do that later. Give me your ID. Where's your ID? You know, just like, dude. But on the other hand, you also got to look at it this way. These cops go into this woman's house. They're trying to wrap up, you know, patrolling the house, which they did. They patrolled the house. They were looking for the prowler, and they didn't find it. And, you know, you're dealing with somebody. One, she didn't want to answer the door, so that probably annoyed him. You know, she just kind of sucked as a victim. You know, a so-called alleged victim of a prowler, right? And I get not having patience with somebody like that, because when you work with the public, like for me, like I worked retail, I worked for the government, yada yada yada, and I've dealt with a lot of people, and there's a point where you're just able to pick up instantly on somebody who's going to be a hard time. Now, her being the hard time that she was, does this warrant a death sentence? Absolutely not. Does this warrant her being talked to the way that the cop talked to her? Absolutely not. Again, like we are not afforded the luxury. If you are a public servant, we are not afforded the luxury of treating citizens like this, especially somebody you know who, well, I don't know, but treating a woman who appears to be mentally ill like that. However, does it tread on territory of getting fired? No. Does it tread on territory of going to jail? No. The cop only shot when she had the pot in the position to throw it, and she threw it, because if he shot her while she was like this and it didn't go anywhere, that pot would drop right on her. She threw it and then he shot. You guys saw the steam. Ivan Lorenzo, thank you so much for the super chat, the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Crazy should be in an asylum in a proper society where bagels, tards, and commies don't decide who's crazy. I don't know. Cops are the state, so they are guilty until innocent, not the other way around. Friedrich Marx, I agree. The government is always guilty. They need to prove their innocence. And we are going to see that play out. Cops should be scared to let loose. I agree, Omega Tony. But when you get threatened by a civilian as law enforcement, you get threatened by a civilian, you pull out your weapon because she threatens you with a pot of boiling hot water, and she dives down, and you don't have a visual of her anymore. This jackass lawyer suggests you retreat. Well, what happens if you and your partner turn your back on this woman and she pulls out from underneath the sink or underneath those cabinets a firearm and she kills both of them? That is a real possibility. What if they're not fast enough to escape and she throws a boiling hot water on both of these cops right on their backs? Or maybe the guy who was the fastest is safe, but the one who is slower, who went out the door last, does not come out of that house unscathed. Now he has serious, life-threatening burns on his body. Boiling hot water is not a fucking joke. I like to think that if I was in that position that the cops were, I would have been able to avoid this whole problem altogether. If I wasn't comfortable with this woman, get her last name, take her fucking word for it, and leave. He wanted the ID. I get it. Makes it easier for paperwork purposes. But it happened the way that it did. And people like this, just keep in mind, if you were ever charged with a serious crime, you guys, you're going to deal with an asshole lawyer like this who watched exactly what we saw. And he's going to say that you killed this woman for no reason. You want to read the comments? Let's look at these comments really quick. You're going to have 12, 13, whatever people on the jury. And they're going to judge you, man. And then what? She was right to rebuke that man. Her response about rebuking that devil didn't demonstrate mental health issues. It was a religious response to their accusation that she had bad intentions. She was offended at their suggestion. This guy could be a juror in a case that you're charged in. And you're going to have the entire media shitting on you, calling you a racist, a white supremacist, so on and so forth. He was asking about a record of mental illness to give credibility to his claims that she attacked him and or killed herself. Monster. No. I'm not religious, but it's creepy how that man got angry when she said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." It's like a demon in him reacted. They're calling these people demons because they told her to not fucking pick up the boiling hot water and to get away from it. She picked up that pot of boiling hot water and threw it at them, you guys. We saw it with our own eyes. When she stepped out on that porch, she said, "Oh God, please help me." Like she saw his true spirit. So now these people are mind reading. They're able to interpret a religious experience that doesn't exist. She was 36, definitely not elderly. Justice for Sonia. Here's Bruce. I'm a retired sheriff. I don't see any reason for them to even go into her house, period. She was obviously having some type of mental health issue. Going into her house isn't necessarily an issue. They were invited in, I believe. They should have just told her you checked her property and there were no prowlers. Then tell her if she has any other concerns to give dispatch a call back and that you would be keeping an eye on the area. Problem solved. This officer needs life in prison. Cool. The cop freaked out because she said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." Yeah, which is a threat. I mean, it was more than just... Was it just... Guys, was it just, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus"? No. She had a fucking pot of boiling hot water that she fucking threw. And these guys knew she was going to do something stupid. Again, that's called intuition. People have intuition about people who are fake. Like, I don't like fake people. I like to make fun of fake people. I like to bully fake people. And I don't really have a lot of fake people around me because they're afraid of me. They know I'm fucking crazy and I'm going to be making fun of them because I get off on that shit. I just instinctively know. My intuition just knows that someone's going to be fucking fake and they're going to be a problem for me. And I deal with it by making fun of them. That's how I cope. These cops deal with criminals. They deal with violent shit. They deal with people who are having mental health crises all the time. They instinctively knew that she would be a problem. And they didn't escalate anything. They literally stepped away. They moved away until she started threatening them, or kind of threatening them with the "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus," whatever the hell that means to her. We don't know because she's gone. They never should have charged this guy. But this is politics, and I do political analysis. As of doing this stream, it is 2024. We are just a few short months away from one of the most historic presidential elections of our lifetime. Kamala Harris is not it. Joe Biden is not it. In my estimation, President Trump is going to be the next president. This guy was just shot at. He was nearly killed. And I'm thinking about, I thought about quickly 2020. Another politically motivated political persecution against a police officer. And that, you know, in the whole George Floyd thing, right? I don't want to get too into it. And now I'm seeing the same thing, Sonia Massey. I mean, we're not seeing the riots and the crazy shit yet. But as soon as there's an update on the case, guys, we're gonna see BLM style riots again without the scamdemic. It's gonna get fucking ugly. But the underlying point that I was making is that this woman threw a pot of boiling hot water on these cops, and people are pretending that it didn't happen. It's on fucking video. This lawyer douchebag gets it wrong. His idiot kid gets it wrong, and every single person in this comment section got it wrong. And now they're talking about this religious shit. I like to stick to the facts, and I like to stick to the law. And I'm thinking, you know, I'm trying to put myself in the situation, put myself in the shoes of this cop, right? If I am facing down a jury of my so-called peers, this is what they're going to be saying about me. That woman felt that evil spirit on that officer. There's no amount of police training that could fix this man. I wouldn't even trust him near all the sharp objects in a fast food kitchen. What a menace to society. Black Lives Matter. This is what the protests were about. This is why people protested. Been happening all my life. Can you imagine if there was no video of this? How can someone with 2 DUIs drive a cop car and have the right to make traffic stops? Irrelevant. Let's just wrap up this because he said some more lies.
And I don't think the law requires them to retreat, but her life...
It doesn't require him to retreat. That's correct. You should know that because you're a lawyer.
To save her life, they should have retreated. But if you look at... And
I've already explained why logistically that's a fucking nightmare. You turn around And if the slower cop is not fast enough, he's gonna get burned. Even worse, she could be retrieving a firearm because she's already displayed hostile intent towards these cops. Someone could have been shot. All possible. Ivan, again, for the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Probably gonna disavow, and that's okay. But society, by and large, isn't fit to be competent jurors or voters. You're probably correct. They have beliefs, not working concepts of law and order. Their idea of good is hedonism. That is correct. I got a bunch of chats. I wanted to read the super chatter first. How would I begin? Sure, but this woman was a threat beyond a reasonable doubt. I agree, Ivan. Policy should dictate that scenario would or should never happen. Yeah, what if scenario should not happen? I don't know what you mean by that, AC. I would argue that if they considered her a threat, that they should have been outside like the school incidents that happened, not move forward to pew pew. Well, they didn't go into the house knowing what she was doing with the pot. And again, the pot was irrelevant. I mean, they were having a completely calm and cordial conversation. There was a little bit of attitude from the cop who shot, but it doesn't, like, I don't really buy that it was an escalating activity. She was making holy water. God, I know, right, Tony? Demons can change genders, and they get mad when you use their real names. Base zombie bomb. If I was a part of that jury, nothing can convince me, unless it was another POV, that the cop is at fault. Statement of religious belief is freedom of speech protected. Gio just admitted that he gets off on his streams. He goons confirmed. No. What about all those troons that made a commercial for Kamala? Does Trump stand a chance? I think he does. Yeah, we're likely going to see a Trump presidency. Let's see. AC, YouTube is deleting my comment, shaking my head. I am not. Christians are supposed to feel invincible when Christ is inside them. They're not supposed to be preemptively attacking possessed people. I don't know who you... Ivan is making Gio's old subscribers look bad. Whoa. Look, guys, okay, like... If you guys disagree with the shoot, like I disagree with the shoot. Like I believe that the shoot could have been avoided for the most part. Like if the cop was impatient or annoyed with the woman initially, because he was obviously annoyed with her before they made contact because she wasn't answering the door. She wasn't being forthcoming with dispatch. And again, like, which is fine. Like who cares? Again, get her name and move on. Just forget the ID. But she was invited into the home and they were talking and going over some stuff because there was a damaged vehicle. There was a vehicle in her driveway with a damaged window. Like it was fucking hit. And she says she doesn't know whose car that is. Like, again, they're dealing with a woman who's not all there. And he should have, again, like, he just didn't exercise any patience, which likely could have resulted in this woman not being shot. I 100% get that point of view. But I don't believe his attitude itself warrants him going to jail because of what she decided to do, mentally ill or not. Like, just because you're dealing with a crazy person does not mean you lose your right to self-defense. Surely this is what's pushing me further and further right. The odds of being led by one good person is infinitely more possible than everyone voting, elected, or appointed, sorting it out. I mean, he is giving super chats. LOL. Look, man, anyone's allowed to agree or disagree with me. Like, I respect people's point of view. You know, like, this is not just like a show. Like, it's a conversation at the same time. It's a lot of things at once. And I watched this lawyer earlier because I didn't know the full story about the Sonia Massey shooting, and he's clearly lying. Everybody's clearly lying. You know what? Hold on. I want to pull something up really quick, just so I can highlight the seriousness of what Sonia Massey did. One second. Hold up.
In the chat here.
Yeah. What's up? Hold up.
No.
So, give me 1 second.
I was gonna say in before that they should have tased her, bro.
Dude, no. Yeah. And by the way, this happened in Illinois. This incident right here that I'm showing you guys also happened in Illinois. Okay. Suburban woman receives 10 years after pouring boiling hot water on sleeping boyfriend. A suburban woman was sentenced to 10 years in prison on Monday for pouring boiling water on her boyfriend who was sleeping. On January 2nd, a video was posted on Snapchat showing Alexis Skies, 23, of Roselle pouring a pot of boiling water on her boyfriend in the apartment that they shared. Following the incident, Skies hid the victim's car keys from him as the boyfriend described watching his skin fall off his arms. The boyfriend was finally able to get his keys and drove himself to the local hospital, where shortly thereafter he was transported to blah, 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 medical center burn unit, where he spent nearly 2 weeks. Skies went missing after the incident and was arrested in blah, blah, blah County, Mississippi on January 19th. On February 2, her bond was set to $500,000. Skies has remained in custody at the DuPage County Jail, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? So, guys, she hid the keys so the victim couldn't leave. And she describes the boyfriend watching his skin fall off his arms. And you wonder why these cops shot. Let's just wrap this guy up.
What's in between them? There's a countertop with all kinds of shit on it. She doesn't pose a threat. She doesn't pose a threat of serious bodily harm or death.
I don't know about you, Spencer, but I think water can go over a counter. I think water can go over a cabinetry. And whatever bullshit that she has up there, she had a mess. So, again, you're wrong. The Bruce Rivers, you're a fucking terrible lawyer. You're an older Pisco Liddy.
Woke lawyers. That's like
You're like, dude, Nick Rekieta, the non-practicing lawyer, is a better lawyer than you. And he's taking so many fucking L's legally.
And that's what you have to have for lethal force. There's a force continuum that the cops adhere to. It's part of their training. It starts with talking and ends with lethal force. Sometimes,
and it did. They told her, put the fucking don't fucking do it. They told her not to do it. And what did she do? She threw the pot of boiling hot water at the cops.
Sometimes you jump right to lethal force just because the situation calls for it. But there's gradations, and she's clearly confused. And here, he's, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. She doesn't say she's going to throw shit on him, and they could have easily backed up. But they don't do that. They don't do that. I'm going to shoot you in the fucking face. What do they call that? Premeditation. Premeditation is, the deliberation and the forethought about killing somebody with intent. And it can happen in an instant. I don't have to plan your death today, to kill you tomorrow and have that whole time to contemplate death for it to be premeditated. It can happen in an instant.
All right, now I want to go. I'm going to do something really quick. I'm going to put it on 0.25.
So let's do this. Let's slow it down just a little bit and see what it is that he does.
Oh, yeah, so he's slowing it down for us. Remember, right here is where the boiling pot...
I'm going to shoot you in the fucking face. His gun's not drawn yet.
Right here. So she goes down...
And what does she do after he pulls his gun? She cowers. She cowers.
And she says, I'm sorry. If you look at the thing, she says, oh, you don't have the subtitles up. She said, I'm sorry.
So she cowers and says, I'm sorry.
Man, in war, a lot of people pretend to be wounded or murdered, and then they get the jump on, some random soldier. I mean, people do those false surrenders and shit. So her cowering is meaningless. Again, like, in the eyes of these cops, it's very likely that this woman probably committed a crime by threatening them. Like, retreat, and then what? Dude, like, that's not how any of this works, man. All right, let's continue.
Cop is fucked. I mean, what's your defense? Your defense?
His defense is self-defense. The woman threw a boiling pot of water at them, and she was instructed very clearly not to. And she knew it was wrong what she did because she apologized for it. But she elected to throw the pot of boiling hot water anyways. And like I mentioned earlier, the skin falls off. And it is very fucking painful. Very, very painful. For those of us who've experienced burns or know about them.
This has to be reasonable. There's just no call for them to be shooting. I mean, you can't take that time back. You can't
God, you're
take
such
those
a bad
bullets
lawyer.
back.
Such a bad lawyer.
And I'm not an expert in police activity or police training.
Yeah, no
or,
shit. It shows. Again, if you never worked fucking cases, you were never in law enforcement, you never worked with violent criminals or victims of serious violence, you have no business opining on this. And again, the guy's he went over his background. Like he does trial lawyer, so he's done cases and shit. He's gone over literature that's relevant to violent crimes and stuff. And he gets this so wrong. He gets this very, very wrong.
Or anything like that. I do know what I've seen over the years, and I've cross-examined police experts.
Over 1 million subs. This guy's an influencer. Over 1 million subs. Almost over 500,000 views. And, I mean, you're just misleading the public. How are you going to get a fair trial in the court of law when you have dudes in suits blatantly lying about you, these soulless fucking lawyers, and then their army of retards, parroting it like the retarded little seals that they are. Like the only thing that he said that was true is that cop is fucked. It's election season. You killed a woman who called for help, and yeah, she threw a boiling pot of water at you. Yeah, she may have threatened you, but it looks the way that it looks. Even though on video you can see that she clearly threw the fucking pot, and there's boiling hot water steaming up all over the place. But who's going to have the political courage to say, no, this is wrong? We can't charge this guy with a crime because she is literally throwing fucking hot water at these people, boiling hot water at these people. Like a shower, like chicks like hot showers and stuff. Like I sometimes I enjoy them. I mean, hot water is about 100 degrees to maybe like 135. Your body can usually handle that. But when you're at that 200 degree mark, you're going to have to go to the hospital. Let me read some of these comments really quick. There's a lot of good commentary here. Pretended murder in seconds. Absolute tart. Agreed, Tony. Ivan, he's a lawyer. He's going to spread bad takes. It's in his best interest. Agreed. Lawyers do argue that in self-defense cases, which is why you don't say, I'm going to shoot you. Just pew pew. Well, dude, he's a fucking cop, dude. Like, cops have privileges that we don't.
Qualified immunity.
Not even just that, but if you threaten them with deadly force, like, you have the right to take out your weapon and say, better not do this or I'm going to shoot you. They make those commands all the time. Throws water at him. Yeah, by that standard, every murder is premeditated. Yeah, this lawyer sucks. Again, he gives me Pisco Liddy vibes, just garbage lawyer, if he's telling the truth. No, fuck that. I've had people try to beg for their life as they try to stab me with a screwdriver for having broken into my property. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of videos where people are like, oh my God, I'm sorry. And then they like continue their violent attack. It happens all the time. I agree. The cops should have turned off the stove and not let her near the weapon. Yeah, but dude, then that becomes like a problem in and of itself, you know? Like, the woman is in her home, and if she wants to go to the kitchen and remove a hot pot of water, boiling water, off the stove, okay, cool. If she wants to put stuff away, turn things off, that's not the problem here. The problem only came about when she said, I'm going to rebuke you in the name of Jesus multiple times. It only became a problem when she lifted the boiling pot of water over her head and physically threw it at them. And it was at that point she was shot. Guys, we see it on the video. It's not, I mean, you're going to have to make the case to a jury, to the court, that the shooting is justified. All the elements of self-defense are there. However, in this politicized climate, I don't foresee a fair trial. I don't foresee the political courage of a jury to find this man innocent. I don't foresee these charges being completely dropped because they are baseless. They're going to throw this man to the wolves, and he is going to be used as cannon fodder or ammunition only to be shot at people like myself because it is an election season, and Chicago is deep blue. in the race composition of the people involved helps people like Kamala Harris. And if you don't think they're going to exploit that, they absolutely will. The modern left always uses the deaths of innocent people, and maybe Sonia is innocent to a degree, but she did throw a pot of boiling hot water. If the cop was black, this wouldn't even be news. I agreed, Fuku. He's not making an appeal to common sense or truth. He's making an emotional argument presented as logic to mid or no wits. Gio, if you and Blank Chat have this much of a disagreement, imagine how the jury will be. Yeah, dude, the jury will be worse. And again, just like imagine a shithead lawyer like this who examined the evidence and they clearly see Sonia Massey throwing boiling hot water at cops and then saying in the next breath that she did nothing wrong, that she's completely innocent, that she cowered, and that they should have just ran away. That's not how any of this works.
So I do know a little bit about the force continuum, and I know about what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. You tell me if they walked outside for 2 seconds. If they walked outside for 2 seconds, who's harmed? Nobody. And guess what? She's
okay,
alive.
dude. You're not a fucking mind reader. Okay, you don't have a fancy time machine like in Deadpool 3. You don't know what she's gonna do if they run out of that house. They don't know what she's going to do when they turn their backs after being threatened with a statement like, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus" numerous times. Stupid argument, horrible lawyer. Again, when a street guy like me, and I actually have experience in some of the shit that's going on here, but I don't have the legal chops. I never passed a bar or anything like that. But when a street guy like me is able to outflank a fucking lawyer on YouTube with over 1 million subs, yeah, again, dude, we're in bad shape, you guys. We're in horrible shape here.
So who's worse, this lawyer or Deadpool?
Probably this lawyer. At least Deadpool made me laugh sometimes. I think he's confusing civil cases with special cop privileges cases. AC, he's absolutely right. Let's say I was in that situation. I showed up to her house trying to sell vacuums or something, and she invites me in, and we're talking, and I step away. I don't know if I would be able to get away with pointing a gun at her. That would probably be, a violent crime. That would probably be a felony for sure. Especially if, I just imagine the way that it would work. It's like, oh, well, this man is in the house in the presence of the woman, and she could probably be able to argue that she felt threatened and, whatever the case. So I would probably be fucked. But in a non-politically hot climate like the one that we're living in right now in 2024, the cop would not have been charged. It's abundantly clear what happened because of the body cam footage. If this cop gets off, it would be because of the body cam footage alone. And but facts don't matter anymore. It's all political, unfortunately, and it's about intimidating lawyers. It's about intimidating the jury and getting them to issue down a verdict that is favorable to the prevailing political party, which is the Democratic Party. Cops are trained to survive at all costs, even if it means not helping a troubled citizen. Yeah, well, I mean, what were they supposed to do? It's like, okay, we're not happy with your stupidity, Sonia Massey, so we're gonna just fuck off. I mean, what's gonna happen now? Like, I'm gonna be real with you guys. If I was a cop, and this cop was charged, if I was a cop in Illinois, right now, I would just quit. I'd be like, fuck you guys, fuck this justice system, like fuck these citizens, like this isn't worth it. This isn't worth it. Like, we already put our lives at risk looking for a prowler. We see damage to what we believe is the victim's vehicle, and she doesn't even know whose car this is. She doesn't know what her ID is. She doesn't know what her last name is. And then she threatens one of my fellow officers. Regardless if he's a dick or not, it doesn't matter. You don't threaten people because they're fucking idiots or they're impatient. And then she throws a boiling pot of water at them. And now he's probably going to go to jail for the rest of his life.
Bring back the insane asylums. That's what we need to do.
Doesn't matter, man. I would just fucking quit. Like, none of this is worth it. Protect my citizenry? Why? They're just going to fucking throw boiling hot water at me. They're going to have the fucking the Democrat justices give me 1 million fucking years in prison, pound me in the ass prison. And all the political elites, the Obamas, the Bidens, the Kamala Harrises, the Clintons, they're all going to cheer as I'm hauled away to prison and put away in a cell for the rest of my life. I know, dude. Well, yeah. I mean, we're all talking about this. This is interesting shit, right? Like, we're seeing this guy lie. He's literally lying with video footage that's in his video. I'm not pulling up a separate video. This is his video. And he's clearly lying. Like, this should bother everybody.
Alive. She's alive.
Yeah, that little settings button.
I got it.
Back to normal.
You risk.
Yeah, the rest of this isn't really interesting. I mean, the way that he handled it after the fact was not that great either. They should have rendered aid immediately, even if it was a fruitless endeavor. Obviously she was shot in the head. She was probably dead on the scene. She probably passed away immediately. I think I read somewhere else that she was like partially breathing. Dude, she's gone. But yes, they should have rendered aid. However, she wasn't going to survive that at all. Very unfortunate situation. Again, not funny. I'm not making light of this. I'm not making jokes, calling her a dindu or whatever. But she did throw the pot of boiling hot water. And just keep in mind, guys, that the only pearl of wisdom that I can offer you is that if you are ever in a jam, it might not even be serious like this, but depending on the racial composition of the encounter or the crime or the politics of where you live, there's going to be shithead lawyers like this who are going to lie and tell a conflicting story that doesn't align with reality, and you're going to have a jury that's going to be as idiotic as this comment section. The only sensible person is this cool dude right here, the watchfrogs. You're a bad lawyer. Yeah, they shot her in the head. I mean, that's what he said. He was going to shoot her in the head. I mean, she was kneeled down. He had the upper ground because he's standing, and she's kneeled down as she's throwing the boiling pot, the pot of boiling hot water at her. So yeah, he got her in the head. AC, are you being serious? Also, she's not the dindu because she's not here to deny she did, but I wouldn't put it past her. I don't know, man. I mean, it's a horrible situation. I just don't believe what he did was illegal, and I don't believe he should have been charged. I also believe that this could have gone a number of different ways, but again, playing the what could have been game is pointless. That lawyer's body looks small for his head. Let's examine the head again, without the visuals. I don't know. I think it's normal. I think it was just the angle. It could be the. Nah, I think he's fine. I don't know. It could have been like the lens at that moment. AC, put him away for live. Yes, yo, I'm being serious. I don't know, AC. I'm gonna have to disagree. However, I remember I worked with this woman. And we had a heart to heart. And she had a young son. He was about my age, a little Latino guy. And she tells me that she got into a fight with him, not like a fist fight, like a screaming fight, right? So like when when a Mexican mom and her Mexican son, they're fighting and they're screaming at each other. They get wild with their screaming, right? It's chaotic. And she wanted to teach him a lesson. So she called the police because she wanted the police to scare him a little bit, right? So she calls the cops. She's like, "Hey, my son is calling me a bitch. He's screaming at me. I just want someone to come down here and talk with him." So the cops show up, and her young son was like, "Fuck you, fuck the cops." And he's just walking away, and he was not listening to their commands, and they ended up shooting him. He didn't have any weapons, if I recall correctly, and he was walking away, and they killed him, and they got away with it. And maybe those guys should have been punished. This fucking woman just pouring her heart out, just fucking crying. It was a horrible story to hear. And I was watching this, and I was kind of reminded of it, But that young boy didn't attack the police. He just told them to fuck off, and he wasn't going to listen to them. And they shot him because he disobeyed their commands. This woman also disobeyed these commands, except she had a pot of boiling hot water. I don't know about you guys, but if somebody threatens me and they have boiling hot water and I tell them to stop, to fuck off, put it down, and I feel like they're going to throw that on me, I'm going to fucking shoot. You're going down. I'm not going to get fucking burned. I'll lose my eyesight if it's on my face. I'll lose my face. No, I'm not playing that fucking game. Did you ever heard of the lawyer in 1500 France that took a case on behalf of rats and won? Depends who the rats were. The lawyer is Bartholomew de Chisnes. He's walking away. They could have aimed at his leg at worst. Yeah, man, I don't know. I mean, it was horrible, and it was heartbreaking to hear. But you know, like there's instances where like the cops get away with it and nobody cares. But we have clearly on video here, the cop was not really at fault. I mean, the situation just sucked. You know, the situation was horrible. And of course, his choice of words after the fact don't help him. His attitude before the incident doesn't help him. And because of the politically charged climate, he's probably going to be found guilty. Even though it does appear to be a clean shoot. But yeah, man. And then so many people are just going to be believing these lies. Dr. Grande, again, another guy who has no experience working cases of any sort or dealing with law enforcement matters of any sort. It's like, yeah, the guy was guilty. No, you got a lot of things fundamentally wrong, pal. And I like Dr. Grande. He's a smart guy. He's generally right on things, but man, did he get this wrong. He got it so wrong. Got any better stories about your single mother friend? Oh, shut the fuck up, Zombie Bomb. You dumb bitch. I'm kidding. Spencer, you still there?
Hear this story. Yeah, I want to hear the story.
I don't have any single mother stories.
Do you?
No. Well, we got to get into the 304 shit. We got to talk about these whores. Get away from the crime stuff. However, let's go back to Twitter really quick. There is one thing that, hold up. One other crime item doesn't involve blood or guts. Oh shit, hold up. I spelled the name wrong. Imholt. Aaron Imholt is in a lot of hot water.
The revenge prawns?
Yeah. Were you the one that sent me that?
I did.
Yeah. So Aaron Imholt is not charged yet, but he's been accused for sending nudes of Nick Rakitta's wife to another person. Gino Bisconti, his friend, some loser radio show guy. Yeah, I listened to Gino and Keanu. Man, their shit fucking sucks, bro. Horrible broadcasters. But anyways, no, it doesn't count. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, damn. I can't find it. But yeah. In Minnesota, apparently sending somebody's nude photos without their consent is a crime. If you just send it to like one person or, you know, a few people, it's generally a misdemeanor, but it's a felony if you cause like damage, if it's like a part of a harassment campaign, that sort of thing. If there's, you know, like blackmail sort of thing involved. He just sent it to Gino Bisconti, his friend, to brag about, you know, hey, look at this chick. Your boy's doing pretty good, right? In the women department. No, Aaron, you're not doing good in the women department. You're a fucking loser. And one, you probably shouldn't have done that. And I actually messaged him because I wanted to help him out. Because what he needs is not just a lawyer, but he needs a strategy to navigate this scenario. So what I would have recommended to him, if he paid for my services, which obviously he wasn't interested in, what I would recommend is, you know, if this were to go to court, if he were to be charged, it's like, look, crazy woman, drug addict, says a lot of shit. We were in an open relationship. She gave me permission to take these and to kind of do what I want with them. Like, I had permission to do this. And there could be an implied agreement between the parties involved regarding the use of these nude images. Again, like, he didn't post them on Twitter, right? He didn't post them on Facebook. He sent it to Gino. Gino and April ended up ratting out Aaron because they're having some retarded little nerd radio war. So we got like washed up hack versus another washed up hack, and they're just duking it out.
Dude,
So
it's so fucking exhausting, the Rakita drama at this rate. It's just like, can you guys just like fucking make up already? Just come on. Like,
Yeah.
seriously.
yeah, no, no one's gonna make up, bro. Like this is done. I'm so fucking over Nick, bro. Like, again, like I don't care if you're a degenerate. I don't care if you're a fucking drug addict. I just don't fucking care. Like I literally don't care anymore. But what I hate is the hypocrisy, the lying, and then being condescending shitter to your fans. Like when your fans love and adore you, and like it's just sad, bro. Because like I've seen him interact with his fans. Like I know he loves his fans, and his fans genuinely love Nick. But he called them parasites, and he's just being a fucking liar and slimy. And it's just like if I was advising Nick, I'd just be like, dude, just be fucking real with the people. It's like, hey guys, you've heard a lot of stuff. This is the worst time in my life. I need to get this cleared up, and I need to make sure my family is safe and we get our house in order. And I'm not going to be able to talk about any of this whatsoever. And he shouldn't have chimped out on his friends. He shouldn't have fucking threatened Aaron. He kept insulting him and calling him fat. Like, dude, you can't just be swinging at somebody who bring a knife to a gunfight. Because Aaron has all the cards here. Unfortunately for him, Aaron is a jackass who just doesn't know when to keep his fucking mouth shut. And he's probably going to be charged. But again, this is not a repeat offender. This would be a first-time charge for him, so he's not going to go to jail. It's also possible that Nick Rakita doesn't go to jail either. But they keep making so many mistakes. All of these people keep making mistakes. My guess at this point, because it just recharged April Imholt with possession and all that stuff. More than likely, like if I was the prosecution, I would use April to turn on Nick and Kayla. I would use Aaron to turn on Nick and to turn on Nick and Kayla. And I would let both of them go. I would let both of them go.
You said so Aaron got recharged for the drugs.
No, April did.
April
The
did.
mistress, the ex-wife.
Okay.
Yeah, so she just got recharged, and she actually made this fucking sympathy post on Instagram. It took me a minute to find it, but I found it. She's talking about like, oh, like there's this little girl that I have in my mind. You know, she died from drug use, and it's so sad. It's like, dude, like you're like propping up the dead body of this little kid to shield yourself from criticism. Like you're a habitual drug user, and like instead of getting help and repairing your life, you just went back swinging off of Nick Rakita's cock like a little monkey. And I have no sympathy for her. Honestly, I think it's the best thing for Nick and Kayla and April to go to jail for a while, at least 6 months. Get sober, get some clarity, and, get right with God. And, give the kids a little bit of breathing room. And Aaron M. Holt should just fuck off into obscurity because he's a shitty broadcaster himself. And, just a fucking jackass, dude. Like I'm gonna be real with you guys. He probably did not have permission to share those pics, but he can easily beat those allegations. And I would want him to, because I think this is funny. The longer this drags out, the better for content creators. Except the kid stuff. The kid stuff is not funny, but that's his fault. It's Nick's fault.
Here's the thing, though. If you give, you're in obviously a public dispute about, this whole drugs in the house thing. Nick thinks you're the narc, that type of deal. And there's obviously beef going on. Who knows what the prosecutors have talked to Aaron about? Who knows what they've talked to April about? Who knows any of that? We don't know.
Well,
So,
I know some things. I've been sent some stuff. And like, dude, things are not looking good for Nick. Because Nick came out of this thing, guns blazing, and he's like, fuck Aaron M. Holt. He's a fat, chubby piece of shit, blah, 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 blah. He's just like constantly beating up on this guy. And I'm like, dude, well, I didn't say anything to Nick, but like, I'm thinking to myself, dude, you're taking shots at this dude who basically has, he's playing with a full deck. You're not. And this guy's a witness for the prosecution. He's openly admitted to cooperating with police. They're building a strong case against Nick because they want to fucking bury him and punish him for embarrassing the county, for pissing off certain politically connected people. You just don't do that. He did everything wrong. Nick did everything wrong. And when you make comments, disparaging comments about the witness, it could be or make or try to communicate with them in some weird way. It could be seen as a witness intimidation, and there goes another charge. There goes more legal hurdles. And I think Nick is fucking. He fucked, and he did this all himself. He did this all to himself.
I mean, it's not like Nick has a what do they call that, where you can't talk about the case. You know,
A gag order?
Yeah,
no, not necessarily. He doesn't, but he's been advised not to talk about the case. I mean, he's kind of talked about it in a roundabout way, which is not the issue. He is very explicit about, I'm not going to address anything about Aaron, and I wish he makes $1 billion. That's like the only thing he's saying, and he's only saying that now because the details of their cuck circle is a matter of law now. It's a matter. It's in the legal record, and also him being a witness against Nick, it doesn't look good if he's disparaging or attacking him. Honestly, Aaron can just be like, look, you know, if you look at the phone records, you look at the text message history between these individuals, Nick is trying to harass me using April as a conduit. He tried to push April Imholt into undoing the divorce agreement so she can get more shares of the house, get more money from Aaron, etc., etc., and also trying to claim inappropriate behavior by the legal counsel because the lawyer knew April, but she signed an agreement stating that there's no conflict of interest and it is perfectly okay for her or for Nick to be represented by this lawyer. And she tried to be like, oh, well, I didn't approve of this, but she did. And she doesn't remember because she's fucking coked out of her head. She's on fucking drugs. These people are not well or playing with a full deck. And this is Nick's doing. Nick is trying to push people. He tried to get him to sign a fucking NDA, dude. Like, he's trying to fuck with Aaron. And because Aaron is a dumbass. He never should have sent those pictures to Gino. But he can get away with it if he's smart. But he didn't want to listen to a guy like me. I try to help Aaron because I think it's in everybody's best interest that he kind of come out on top. But I was listening to Ryan Harkness' show, and dude, he just fucking laid into Aaron in a way that I've never seen anybody lay into somebody. And now I don't really have a strong opinion of Aaron, and now I hope they all go to jail.
What's the statute for revenge?
Just type in revenge porn Minnesota. You'll get it. I mean, the way that he did it, he sent one image, or what I think is one image, to Gino Bisconti, one individual, for the purposes of bragging, I guess, about his, I don't know, sexual performance. That's a misdemeanor if he is found guilty, and that's if they decide to charge him.
That's $3,000 fine and or up to a year in jail.
Yeah, he's not gonna do a year in jail. He's probably not even gonna have to pay $3,000. I don't see that.
And then there's the felony statute because, you know, was this posted online? Yada yada yada.
No, it wasn't.
Has the person experienced financial loss because of the photos?
No.
Are the images dissented to harass the person? Is there intent to profit?
Correct.
You know, there's a bunch of stuff it goes into on the statute there. Which
So it ain't a felony, guys. I mean, people are trying to argue with me that it's not a felony and stuff, and I'm just like, nah. Let's see. If I tell my wife I had, hold on, let me read these messages really quick. If I tell my wife I had a lolly fetish and she exposes me, should that be a crime despite it having the capacity to damage me worse or equally? No. It wouldn't be a crime. It would be... Okay, so first off, if you have a lolly fetish and it is true, she exposes you. If she's saying what's true, you don't have any... there's no legal remedy that exists for somebody like you. Cucks of a feather, Ivan, I agree. You really shouldn't respect anyone involved in any level or aspect of cuckoldry. I agree. And like what really bothers me about this, because I'm gonna be upfront and honest with you guys. The reason why I was defending Aaron as aggressively as I have is because I felt bad for him. Because I see him as the underdog. You know, he did this stupid fucking radio show. He's some fucking, I'm a goofy morning zoo guy, hey, top of the hour. Nobody cares. And he had this, you know, cute blonde wife. And then along comes Nick with his drugs and his degeneracy, and he steals this woman away from him in a really sneaky roundabout way. So after he gets to, you know, sample the goods, he kicks Aaron out of the cuck circle. And for whatever reason, yeah, Aaron fucked his wife. Aaron has nude images, allegedly, of Kayla Rekieta. So why is Aaron the only one being called a cuck? And I get it. I guess Nick Rekieta's cooler. You know, he hangs out at Mar-a-Lago. He's got really cool internet friends. I don't think he's cool at all. I think he's fucking lame. You know, like now I didn't before, but you know, now that he's revealed to be a charlatan, you know, he's saying shit about Jesus Christ that isn't true. He tried to do like these cringy Bible reading strings, like face down, ass up, you know, baby Jesus, or whatever the fuck he was saying. Like, it's just not funny. Like, he's just fucking trying too hard. He's trying to be something that he's not. You know, he's acting like a fucking boomer. It's like, oh, dude, check out my new Mustang, my Ford Mustang, bro. It's got a drop top. Like, dude, like, who the fuck are you trying to impress? Like, you live in a small town and you guys are, you're sleeping with these two dorks, literally, in your fucking bed, and then you're going to church and trying to, like, dude, like, it's just so fucking weird. Like, you're not afforded that luxury, dude. Like, you're trying to live like you're a fucking rock star, like you're Johnny Depp, or you know, you're like I don't know, fucking Bon Jovi or something, and you're not a fucking rock star. You're just some non-practicing lawyer on YouTube who fucking struck gold, and what you did with it was blow that money up your nose and on a fucking Ford Mustang, and I guess a house for April to live in so you can fuck her whenever you want. Well, again, dude, you want to live like that, live like a rock star when you're not, that's fine, you know, it's a free country, but you can lie on the internet. You can lie to yourself, but just don't lie to the internet. Don't fucking lie to me and say that you're a trad dad when you're a filthy fucking degenerate. Don't pretend to be a man of the cloth. Be a man of the, you know, of God when you're not. You're not. You're none of those things.
So was she living in the guest house where the parents allegedly were, or was she living in the actually Nick's house?
She lives in a property that is owned by Nick. Right, yeah. Literally right next to his main dwelling.
Yep. Okay, I remember because I remember the.
Yeah, you looked it up. Yeah, we had access to it. I mean, whatever, man.
I'm just saying. Look at the assessor's map. I mean, it's not hard to find. I'm not doxing anyone. I'm just saying, assessor's map has a lot of information.
I wanted you will get 1 million subs, then eat his words by living like a rock star with cheese and Chaz. No, man. I feel like I got a lot of that shit out of my system. I don't like drugs. I don't even really drink. When I do, it's mostly just wine. And I don't really like drinking on stream anymore because, you know, like I forget things. I repeat myself too much. And, you know, it's just not fun for anybody, I think. And, you know, especially when I start introducing the puppets and stuff to the show and doing really fun videos with it. And my audience gets younger, you know, I don't want to be like a fraud, you know, like I don't want to be like Nick. I don't want to be like that at all. Like if I was like an actual like celebrity, like in Hollywood or whatever, I wouldn't do drugs. I would still be me. Like and like I live in Vegas, and I got in a lot of parties. So many people have offered me drugs, and I've always said no. I'm good. Not interested in doing drugs. It's not appealing to me. I don't want to destroy my life or my mind. Brain health is very important. You destroy your brain health by doing drugs. I don't recommend anybody ever indulge in chemical enhancers. I mean, just look to Nick as a prime example of what happens when you engage with drugs. You're going to destroy your marriage. I mean, regardless of what they say publicly, dude, you don't just like say your wife's body is fucked up and completely different and not the same after having kids, and then fuck a younger hot prize and act like your marriage is okay. It's not. You fucked it beyond repair. No, if I'm looking at this pragmatically, no, he didn't get the better deal out of it. He's going to spend a lot of money in legal costs, regardless of if he's found innocent or guilty. He lost his children. He lives in a small town. Everybody knows that he's a glaring fuck up. When Eric July comes out of all this drama, smiling like roses, like you fucked up in life. When Eric July's ISOM is better than Deadpool 3, like mistakes were made.
Yeah. Okay, you can have your opinion. It's okay to be wrong.
Rekieta is what happens when nerds do drugs. Just don't be a fucking nerd. Like here's the thing about like Rekieta though. Like I don't necessarily believe that he was like a nerd though. Like he was just a normal dude who had his, you know, like core religious beliefs, and he had a really like cool, like a great story to tell about the love of his life, his wife and his children, and people looked up to him as a leader, as a thought leader. as a figurehead in whatever movement people want to assign him to. And now he's trying to pretend like, oh, I was never a part of any of this. You, how dare you even think that this was the case? Like, fuck you and your expectations of me. Well, it's like, well, I'll tell you what you weren't. You weren't a fucking drug addict. You weren't a drunkard. You weren't a filthy degenerate. That came out. That came later. And again, he confessed. He was having a midlife crisis. So he did the drugs. He did the fruity LA lifestyle in Minnesota. Like, it's embarrassing.
I still gotta say Deadpool's better than the stupid other comic, but
ISOM 3 or ISOM. ISOM 3 is not even out. He's some law nerd, I guess. I mean, whatever, man. Rekida's outcome is common for drug users, not needs. Why would you attribute it to being a nerd? Well, I think the chatters are communicating. Caffeine N-words after hearing your rant. Yeah, people are gonna need it. I don't even drink coffee, dude. I live my life like a Mormon, like a good little Mormon. I'm not Mormon, by the way, but if I was, I would make a pretty damn good one because I don't do drugs. I don't really drink alcohol, except for wine on occasion. And I fucking hate caffeine. I think caffeine is so gross, dude. It just gives me the shits. Sorry, guys, too much information.
Yeah.
Well, on the topic of whores, all right, we got to get into these stories, and then we're going to wrap this up. We're going to get through these quickly.
For divorcing my wife because I found out her body count. Am I the a-hole for divorcing my wife because I found out her body count?
No.
I, 27 meters, have been married to my wife, 28F, for 8 months now. When I married her, I was told to believe we both still had our V cards because of religious reasons. But yesterday, whilst we had some friends over, we talked about how young kids these days have their first time and don't really wait until marriage anymore. To which my wife responded with,
well, I didn't.
Waiting till marriage doesn't make sense anyways. There are so many safe options now. I chose not to respond and just listen whilst our friend group had a discussion about it. Later that day, I asked my wife if she regrets waiting until marriage, to which she responded, I didn't wait. I wanted to tell you, but I never felt comfortable sharing it. I have to admit that I got furious and said some things I regret saying, name calling, etc., and told her to leave my house. Her parents live 10 minutes away. I feel like I've been manipulated and kept to myself for nothing. We had been dating for 7 months before we married. When she returned the day after, I asked her what her real body count was, and she told me it was with me including 17, to which she added that most of those were only a one-time thing and nothing felt more like real love than with me. I told her that she had a month to pack her stuff and we are getting a divorce. Thankfully, we signed a strong prenup that stated that in any divorce, no matter the reason, our assets would not be divided. She agreed because she is the only grandchild of very, very rich grandparents. My friends and her family have been blowing me up saying that this is no reason to divorce since it has nothing to do with our relationship or marriage, but I disagree. If I knew she didn't have her V card, I would have never married her.
Oh, shit. How old were these people again?
Because I found out her body count. I, 27
All right, so 27M, low body
meters,
count.
have been married to my wife, 28F.
And a woman that's older than you, body count of 17. The fuck, bro. That's way too high. Sorry, man. That's way too fucking high, bro. I mean, no. He did nothing wrong. He did everything right. He found out the truth. He left. Even beforehand, got a prenup. This is a massive W for the men. What do you guys think? Good night. I'll watch this segment tomorrow. Good night, AC. Most don't do them at all, but when they do, they overdo that shit. What do you mean, Zombie Bomb? What do you mean they overdo it? I think Gio covered the story before, or it's happening way too... Dude, it happens way too often. I don't recall doing this one. Let's move on, though. Yeah, if this is a repeat, just tell me and we'll fucking move on.
Fiancée Sarah, 24 female, and I are set to get married in 3 months. We were visiting a botanical garden yesterday when Sarah pointed out a flower called the Arabian jasmine, a little white flower with a nice scent. She said that her cousin Stephanie had those at her wedding. I asked if it was the same Stephanie that would be in attendance with her husband at our wedding, and she said it was. Sarah and Stephanie are apparently pretty close, and she started telling me about Stephanie and her husband. At one point, she told me that Stephanie had actually cheated on her husband twice before they got married, and that the second time was a couple of months before the actual wedding. Her husband never found out. I asked her why she never told Stephanie's husband what happened, and she responded by saying that it wasn't her circus, wasn't her monkeys, and that it's not that big of a deal anyway since they weren't married at the time. I've been thinking about what she said ever since. I consider cheating the ultimate, worst betrayal in a relationship. Clearly, my fiancée doesn't think so since she said her cousin cheating wasn't that big of a deal since they weren't married. Would this mean that she thinks cheating on me right now wouldn't be that big of a deal since we aren't married yet? As a man, if I got cheated on by my partner, I hope someone who knew about it would tell me. I would heavily judge anyone who knew about it, didn't tell me, let me go on to marry the person that cheated on me, and attended my wedding as if nothing was wrong, like my fiancée did to her cousin's husband. About an hour ago, I texted my fiancée, I'm not sure if I can go forward with getting married. Let's talk in person later tonight. She's been blowing up my phone with texts and missed calls ever since. I'm just going to tell her what I've said in this post when I see her. I told my fiancé.
Yeah, man. Again, the ideology matters. If a woman feels that cheating is not that big of a deal and you can just scoff it off, you're not married yet, just walk away. It's a waste of time. I mean, obviously his intuition is saying something is wrong here, and he's willing to turn his back on his fiance who he's been with an extended period of time. He's gotten to know her very well, and he's like, this isn't it. Something is up, and he's deciding to walk away. I think this is the right move. 100% he's good. Get himself a looker in Asia. I agree. Plenty of fish in the Asian Sea. Life is about making alliances. What was that, Spencer?
I was making a joke about mail order bread.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if I were to order one, it'd probably be from Eastern Europe. Life is about making alliances, not truth. She owes her friend's husband no loyalty. Oh, this sounds like a woman.
So you're gonna order one from Ukraine then, Gio?
No, pay for it yourself. Some way her friend wouldn't tell you if she cheated. To think otherwise is ridiculous. And if your friends wouldn't do the same for you, then guess what? That means they want your girl. I don't blame him. If my partner flat out said it wasn't a big deal, so-and-so cheated because they weren't married yet, then that would lead me to believe that they weren't monogamous the whole relationship. Either blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I get it. Her cousin cheated. Why are you blaming her for someone else's behavior? Okay. Woman alert. That's not the underlying issue. The underlying issue is that she said cheating is not a big deal because they weren't married. And now he's worried that she might have cheated. And in her mind, it's not a big deal that she fucked other men while they were together because they're not married. That's the whole point.
Giovanni, when have you started doing Facebook reaction videos?
For a while now.
Oh.
Dude, what? I can't believe you're here, man. Did you join?
Yeah.
I wanted you here for Deadpool, the Deadpool review. Did you like it?
We can go over it again. You compared ISOM to Deadpool 3?
No, I'm saying Deadpool 3 was so terrible that I think ISOM is better than Deadpool.
You
3.
thought ISOM was because
That's why I was trolling
in
in the chat.
Did you hit your head before you started the stream?
Guys, ladies and gentlemen, I fucking hate Eric July. I hate ISOM. The Ripperverse is the most retarded shit imaginable. But this movie was so terrible. It was so terrible. Like it made no sense. Like, dude, films like this, dude, films like Deadpool 3 give people like Eric July the inspiration to make ISOM, and somehow ISOM comes out better than this stuff.
No. The motivation behind ISOM was he was tired of woke comic books, so then he thought that he could take all of his music money and turn it into something else. And since he's a POC, he was then able to take that and just run with it. And all these other anti-woke nerds then decided to go behind it because they're like, oh, look, he's doing something different, and it sucks. And I think to compare ISOM to the new Deadpool movie is not great. I mean, you could have criticisms for the movie, but then it's not fair to then go, ISOM's better. Because ISOM is terrible.
Yes,
terrible.
It is.
I've read a lot of great one-off comics.
Yeah.
ISOM doesn't even come within the top 1,000.
No, not at all. Not at all. Again, there's no dispute there. However, Deadpool 3
Did you think the movie was funny?
There were some parts that were kind of funny, but very few.
Okay.
I think I laughed maybe like 3 times.
How often do you normally laugh in a comedy?
Fuck, man, a lot. Like I cried laughing watching the Dewey Cox story. I remember laughing hysterically when I saw Forgetting Sarah Marshall in theaters. When I saw 40-Year-Old Virgin in theaters. I don't remember if I saw Superbad in theaters, but that got a few laughs out of me. Pineapple Express got a few laughs out of me. This film, like, there were like 3 or 4 moments that were like kind of funny. But I wasn't like laughing hysterically the way that I would laugh like listening to like the greatest problem in the universe podcast or something, like, because that shit's actually hilarious, especially the episode with Josh Denny. Like it just wasn't it. And again, like the it trying to be funny wasn't even the problem. Like the problem was like the story sucked, and it didn't really have a story.
Well, that's the thing.
You
It's an action comedy, right?
Yeah.
It's an action comedy.
It's an action comedy, right? Can we agree on that definition?
Sure, it's an action comedy.
I think in terms of action comedies, I feel like it did all right.
Okay.
I mean, the point I was trying to make in the chat though too is it's kind of like to understand the storyline more, you have to watch basically the previous shows or movies to understand.
Yeah, then the movie sucks, dude. Your product sucks. If I have to watch fucking soy Disney products to understand, I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. First off, I don't even think. No. It doesn't really matter because like I understood what was happening. The fucking their universe was dying because their fucking anchor was dead in the future, and they had
And who was the anchor? Who was the anchor?
Wolverine.
Right. That's a joke in itself.
Yeah, dude. Okay, okay. So it's supposed to. Okay, so like, hey, Wolverine is your anchor, but he's dead in the future, and when he dies in the future, your universe dies like 1,000 years later. How is that funny? How is that funny?
Well, it's again, I think.
Look, you fucking dorks can't even answer a simple question.
You have to
Point proven,
understand
chat.
what's going on previously.
I am right.
You know.
What was that,
You know,
Spencer?
You have to consume the product.
You have to consume, yes, to understand kind of like the storyline to make it make more sense. I think to a lot of people who watched the movie, including myself, I was getting a lot of the humor because I've watched the previous shows or movies, and I watched Loki, which goes over the TVA. And spoilers, what Loki did is Loki is basically in charge of the TVA. He fixed the one timeline or whatever we're talking about. So you still have all these like branches and stuff, but it's kind of leading into a potentially a new season of Loki is how they could basically spin the movie from. But to answer your point on how it was funny, I guess understanding the previous shows and movies versus someone like you who hasn't watched it coming in and be like, kind of mid. You know what I mean?
It wasn't mid. It was fucking atrocious. It was awful.
He literally made a joke about an episode of Loki whenever they mentioned that monster, that like gas monster.
Yeah,
or whatever.
the void monster thingy. Yeah.
Right. He's like, oh, it's from Loki episode or season 1, episode 5 or whatever. To where it's like, it's ridiculous that we have to that these characters that we're introducing in these worlds, you can't just have it in your movie. You have to go watch a previous product because in the movie, it's not even a threat. It's not a threat to our characters. It comes in, it does its thing, and then it leaves.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Right. The whole movie is supposed to be a parody of everything that has happened in the last couple of years with Marvel Disney.
Yeah.
It's not great. I will admit that it's not entirely the best movie ever. But if you understand at least that the movie's coming from a point of
it's laughing at people like you who defend it.
I'm not defending it. I never defended it.
It sounds like you defended it.
To clarify what I said, because Marx is right, it's the multiverse timelines. That's what I meant. But again, I don't know. I've always been a fan of Marvel. I didn't watch like a lot of the more recent stuff besides Loki. What was that one? I'm trying to think.
WandaVision. Ooh.
No, I didn't watch that.
Bro, besides the point, dude. Like again, your product sucks if you go into it and you need to consume all this other shit in order for it to make sense. Which, by the way, I don't really think you'd need to. I agree. This film was not meant for literally anybody except for retards who like get caught up in fucking the business, right? The Hollywood business, Disney business, and they fucking follow the executives and writers of these shows and of these companies. And you understand the intricacies of the fucking inner workings of Hollywood and how these fucking retarded films come to be. That's the only way this movie is like enjoyable to anybody. It's even like the top critics agreed with me. And again, I was going over the reviews in real time. I didn't read them beforehand. Like everything that I said was just off the cuff and just my thoughts. Like this is a bad product. If I was a teacher in a film class and someone brought this fucking story to me, I don't care if they were a straight A student prior. I'm failing you from the whole class. Go to the dean and dispute it. Fuck you. This is so insulting. And it's literally just spitting on. Yeah.
I agree that I think that every movie should be self-contained in its own way. And I don't like that Marvel has kind of set the precedent where it's like, no movie can just be self-contained. It has to be sequel bait. And we've done that so much to where now everybody, like, you know, they sit at every single movie pretty much and like, oh, there's gonna be an after credit scene. And pretty much every major Hollywood movie in probably the last like 6 or 7 years.
Friedrich Marx wants to come in and ask you guys questions. Let me bring him in. Because everybody's heard me. Let me have Friedrich Marx answer some questions. Friedrich Marx, you are live on the watchfrogs. Say your piece, lad. Unmute your mic. Hold it. Do I gotta unmute him? No, I can't. Friedrich Marx, your mic is muted. Okay. Well. Okay. He deafened. Oh, there we go.
His mic.
All right, Friedrich Marx, say your piece, man. You got some questions for these young lads, these comic book enjoyers?
I sure do.
Yeah.
Okay,
I love your
let's go with
voice.
the Snoopy theme. Thanks. Okay, I'm going to be a bit careful in my speech here so I don't slur like I would normally.
Yeah, please don't. Please don't.
Yeah, trust me. I can't use my normal words on here. With a set of movies, right? So this is Deadpool 3 we're talking about, correct?
Correct.
Making sure. Okay. So not all movies have to be self-contained, but if you have a 1, 2, 3 movie, right? You just so you're aware, do we agree there's 1, 2, and 3 movies, correct?
I do, yes.
That is correct.
I'm going to walk you through this. You do not need between movie 1, 2, and 3 to have to look at 10 other things to understand the next one in the sequel. Once you do this, any movie you've made is complete dog shit. No matter how well it looks, no matter how well self-contained it is a dog shit movie by default. No one ever needs to do 30, 40 hours of research between movie 2 and 3 to fucking understand 3.
Correct.
I mean,
Does
when
that
you
make
say
sense?
it's a movie for the fans, not really then for like the general normie.
No, it's not even a movie for the fans at that point because they're trying to do both. This is the problem, is that in this scenario, they're doing both. They're trying to make, I want a movie for everyone, but no, I want to make a movie for the fans. And this is why it is always going to be dog shit. I don't understand why you right-wingers don't understand this. I don't understand why you left-wing Americans don't understand this. It's like you are all got so much soy in your system, I don't even think you know what a fucking protein is at this point. Like, I think you think all protein's soy.
Hey, you better be excluding me, pal.
I had a little bit of sushi tonight for dinner with a little bit of soy
It
sauce.
sounds really soy-based for sure.
Yeah, so do you understand what I'm trying to bring up here at this point here? Like, do you understand how, like you always talk about, like, movies being this, like, masterpieces and this artsy-fartsy... I'm not going to say the rest of that sentence.
Yeah.
But they have to be contained in a set story arc, you know, A, B, C points, or they need to be in a series. What these people keep doing is making basically TV episode episodes in movie length. It's the last episode. You watch it, you go, I mean, it was flashy, it was cool, like Transformers. I mean, looked nice, but what the hell was going on? Because this is what they keep doing. They're making movies into TV series and TV series into movies and then just mixing them up. It's like you have no foundational points of anything what you ever make.
I agree with that. Yeah, that does appear to be happening to a degree. But but I want to correct one thing though. I don't necessarily feel like this was for fans of Deadpool. This is more for fans of people who are. This is for people who are terminally online and consume garbage surrounding the inner workings of filmmaking in Hollywood or at Netflix or Disney. People who understand that and who do like culture warriors, like people like Jeremy from The Quartering would enjoy shit like this. Like if he enjoys it, like it's not for fucking me because he's a retard. He's a jackass. And again, and then the way that the film was advertised, because the trailer doesn't really suggest that it's going to be heavy-handed in the fourth wall breaking, or because you don't really know what you're going to get. You don't know what you're going to get. But I feel like it was a little bit deceptive. I mean, I'm just glad I didn't pay for it because I'm a pirate. But you know,
Yarg.
I would have left. I would have left like 20, 25 minutes into the movie if I paid for this. I would leave.
Lucky I didn't have my right to jail soundboard up. That.
No, don't fucking use your soundboard.
Actually,
Shut up,
and
bitch.
just another side question.
Yeah,
Do
go ahead.
you all watch your current media, at normal speed?
Depends what it is.
I do. I'm not deranged.
Yeah. No. This is actually where I think half your problem is. If you put all your current movies that you love on 2-point speed, you lose nothing from it. You literally lose nothing. You get the same shit, like same crap shit story, in half the time. Like, I've seen everything you people have seen while playing a video game. One, because I have mental illnesses, so I can do retarded shit like that. But like, my daughter does the same shit as well, mate. Like, we
Yeah.
can sit there and watch like several movies at 2.5 speed, know exactly what's going on. I don't even look like I'm looking at the screen. I can tell a person who was watching the movie, who watches movies at normal speed, what the fuck just happened on the TV screen. Is you people are sitting there slowly getting drip fed your little dopamine rushes that you can't actually see the bullshit. How about you take the bullshit, turn it up to 11, and put it straight in the vein, mate? Just get the fuck consumerism
That only
in ya
applies. That
and get
only
it over.
applies to legitimate goy slop, not cinematic masterpieces. Because what you're basically asking someone to do is it's tantamount to going to like a high quality restaurant in Las Vegas, like Ocean Prime, getting the juiciest New York steak, and instead of eating it
Blending
and
it up.
savoring it, you just
Blend it up.
no, not even that. You gobble it up in one bite. You don't even taste it. You just gobble it up. If you can manage such a thing. That's what it's like. So when people want to watch a film, a good one at least, not some fucking Deadpool 3 horse shit, on normal speed, that's perfectly fine. But if you want to watch it on 2 times speed, I mean, knock yourself out.
Yeah, but
I'm not.
Gio, I'll back you up on this. Where what I'm saying will actually, in a way, back you up. For instance,
Okay.
I have never watched Predestination at 2 times speed because it's a fucking masterpiece. That is
Thank
a
you.
very well done time story.
Beautiful
seriously,
movie.
When I saw that, I was blown away at how well that was put together. And how they even did the trans stuff and everything really well in it. Like, they
It was
did a
tasteful. It was
top-notch job.
tasteful. I wasn't offended. I didn't even think politics at all watching that movie. I fucking loved it through and through. And I watched it because I was like reading some stupid list, like best time travel movies. And Predestination was one of them. I'm like, I don't think I've seen this one. And it had Ethan
And
Hawke in
that's the
it.
thing.
So I was like,
The thing I
yeah.
was going to bring up with it is that's the thing is that what people need to do is you read the synopsis, go, oh, this looks good, start watching it, and if it's in the first, say, 20 minutes, if it isn't a masterpiece in the first 20 minutes, crank the speed up. Just get it over and done with. Consume it so that way you can go debate with the online retards, know more of the plot points than them, and then if you need a refresh, put on a recap. Just have a bunch of recaps running in the background. Bam! It takes you like get a 2-hour movie in a 15-minute recap. Put that on 2 times speed. 7 minutes later, you've got the whole movie.
Yeah, I think for the sake of content creation, you might have a point, but regular consumers, so regular movie
Yeah, but
watchers,
you aren't regular consumers, and
Oh,
this is the problem. It's
well,
like,
well, I did not want to watch it. I don't like watching movies at 2 times speed because I'm gonna especially if it's supposed to be a so-called action comedy, because there's there's something that's gonna be lost in translation if it's sped up. You can't do that, and you're not gonna get it right. You're not gonna enjoy it the way that it was meant to be enjoyed. And no, I don't fundamentally agree with it. Even with a shitty movie like Deadpool 3, I just can't do it.
Like, you could watch something funny at 2 times speed.
Dude, I don't know. If you can, you can. Me personally, I don't think I can. That's just my opinion.
My brain hurts
anyone-
going any faster than regular speed.
well, that's because you got it takes a little conditioning. All you have to do is slowly over about 2 months increase the speed. If you put every video at 1 speed, right, is your normal speed. Put it at 1.15. You just leave it for a week. Put all your music at that same speed.
Dude, I
And then
can't.
the week later, you turn it down, like speed back down, blows your brain. You can't handle it at a slower speed.
That sounds like just be hopped up on something all the time, because it's like life's too boring.
I don't know, man.
Yes, life is boring. If you actually have a life that you've lived, right? Like, and actual have a real life, the
Right.
online world is pretty boring.
Oh, 100%. I agree.
Media is pretty boring.
Like-
it's all boring.
Like I look down on these fucking neckbeards, these soy boys, these Redditor. Dude, I feel like this movie was meant for a Redditor. That's really what I want to like a Redditor loves this film. I'm sure Reddit is fucking jizzing their sweatpants right now over Deadpool 3. I'm not a fucking Redditor.
I don't think that Redditors watch a lot of like violent movies and all that.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
There's no
the
way.
humor was peak Reddit. Are you out of your mind? I mean, I
You
know
laughed too.
I laughed like 3 fucking times, dude. The movie was over 2 hours long. It wasn't that fucking good, especially for something that you guys claim isn't comedy action. Did you see Deadpool 3, Marks?
Oh, I started watching it, and then I just went to work. So.
What did you think it was? Did you laugh at all? Whatever you saw, did you laugh? Did you think it was funny?
No.
Yeah, thank you.
I literally went, that's it. I'm going. I'm heading off to work, and I'll watch it later. The rest of it later on, if I can be fucked. Just because it was so boring in the first. I think it was like I watched the first 20 minutes in about 10, and I was like, I'm out.
Yeah, it's just like, oh no, my girlfriend is fucking some other dude. Oh no, like I'm not making sales. I suck at this. Oh no, like I'm sad. Oh no, the time cops are coming to get me. Like fuck this, dude. This shit sucks, bro. ISOM is better. I'm sorry. I know this is
It literally. They
Dude,
literally
Eric July's
used
people are gonna
parts
fucking clip
of
this. Or like, dude, look, the detractor is not one of us. Like, they're gonna claim me as one of them, and I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Because fucking Deadpool 3 was that bad.
They literally
in a video
started
game.
with
Please don't fucking
digging up
ban
the
me.
body of Logan and using his corpse as a weapon to kill TVA agents.
Okay.
Like if that isn't like a slap in the face of all the stuff that they've tried to like take seriously, because like they tried to make the TVA like this big ordeal, like the next big thing, where it's like, oh yeah, we don't have SHIELD anymore, oh we don't have this anymore, but we have the TVA, but the TVA sucks. And the fact that we get to see them killed in gory, bloody fashion with Logan's dead body, I thought it was poetic.
Yeah, but again, that's like, you know, like the fucking Reddit horse shit. Like, it only makes sense if you're like in on it, you know, like if you consume all this
Are
shit.
you not aware of that?
No, I didn't watch Loki, dude. Like, I got a fucking life, bro. I do the show. I go out. You know, it's summer. I'm going out. I'm doing shit. I'm not gonna fucking sit there and watch this fucking retarded ass show for kids. Like, it fucking sucks, dude. Like, everything that like comes out in the theater like sucks. The last good movie that I can think of, Top Gun 2, fucking Godzilla, the good one from Japan, whatever the fuck it was called. Not the Godzilla.
-1.
Yeah, Godzilla -1, fantastic. Other than that, dude, like I can't remember the last time like the movie was like legitimately good. Dude, I had more fun watching that Megalodon movie with you than I had watching this shit. Like, dude, we were like legitimately laughing watching the Meg 2.
Are you serious that you're comparing the Meg 2?
Dude, we saw the greenskins ripping apart rich people. Like, it was fucking hilarious. Dude, fucking fat women were being eaten by giant sharks. Like, what is not to find funny? All of that was light years more hilarious.
Yeah, but Blade said retarded. Like, I don't know.
Just that ISOM was better, man.
That was great. That was peak. That was peak, dude.
I don't know. The cameos is what kept me engaged.
Oh, dude. Oh man. Oh no. Product. Oh, another product. Oh god.
Did you like the original Blade movies?
I didn't see the second one or the third one, but I loved the first one. That shit fucks me up.
Wesley Snipes is a badass.
Yeah,
That's why
exactly.
they're awesome. It's like Demolition Man. It's like Sylvester Stallone and bloody Wesley Snipes. Hook me up. Like, that's like saying you like Blade. Blade is like the weasel way out. Of course, everyone likes Blade. Blade was the reason why superhero movies became popular.
Right. Well, he makes a cameo in this. That's why I bring it up.
I know, and I enjoyed watching him. I mentioned that earlier when I was doing my thing. I thought you watched it, Cheese.
I was eating some dinner. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. You don't have to apologize.
I have a question, Cheese. Do you drink coffee?
Sometimes in the morning, yeah.
Okay, cool. You like orange juice as well, correct?
Sometimes.
And cheese, obviously?
Yeah, cheese. Dude, if I could eat cheese with every single meal, I would.
You know what? Maybe you should put cheese and orange juice in your coffee since you like product in product. Why not put all those products in each other? Oh, wait, because it tastes like dog shit.
Facts. Facts, baby. Facts.
Like,
Yeah.
do you understand?
Get this
Like,
guy out of
putting
here.
extra shit in extra shit isn't good. And you know
No,
what the
I
worst part
agree.
of this is? You all keep getting schooled right now by a legitimate communist. That's the worst part of it.
Yeah, but this film is not political. This debate is
No,
not
I'm not even
political.
saying
in nature.
in the political. I'm saying right now that because I watch a lot of right wing and like
Entertainment.
because they're fucking hilarious and retarded. Like, I understand the American left wing, which aren't left at all, but
They're
we're
just
not even gonna get
communists.
that one. Those people, no, they're not communists. They're
Well,
libertarians. The fact that you Americans don't understand that you're literally nothing but far right retards in most cases. Funny enough, you know who the actual closest leftist in this whole watchfrogs is Geo. He's actually the closest person to a leftist. The rest of you are all like very libertarian, consumerism. Give me the slop. Give me the slop to the name.
Jay, give me the slop.
Yeah, mate.
I'm like
I was
I'm not
waiting
even
for
like.
that. I was waiting for that.
Damn, bro, dude, you come like when someone's gonna clip that, they're like, dude, it's like communist defends the frog. Fuck. I mean, yeah, like I am, dude. He's not wrong because my views of consumerism is just so out there, and I'm just like looking at right wing Twitter like chimping out over fucking Megan Thee Stallion, shaking her fat ass. Her fat, disgusting ass on that stage with Kamal Harris and stuff, and I'm just like, like, if you guys didn't watch any of this, like, it wouldn't fucking matter, you know.
I'm not even watching any of that Kamal shit, dude. You know what? It's so stupid out here, man. Because I'm in a fucking battleground state.
Oh shit! Who won? Who won the fucking prize?
Her name is Mamala. Please use a correct term.
I'm going to refer to her as the racist who kept an innocent black man on death row. That's what I would refer her to as.
Hell yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's what every black mother ever did to all their black sons. So call them Mamala because all boys hate their moms because they were raised by single moms that ruined their life and their future because they're self-centered cunts. So how about you call her what she is, Mamala, and America doesn't need another single mom.
Dude, I'm not
Especially
gonna.
one funded by a Jewish husband.
Dude, fuck. Come on, man. I don't want to get banned, dog. Shit. Look. I'm.
Just so you're
I
aware, my
find
name
it.
is
I find.
literally Friedrich Marx. And
I find
have
it
a Jewish last
offensive
name.
that
Trust me.
Kamala or
I'm over it.
Kamala called herself Mamala unironically. It's like, dude, you're not even a fucking mom, bitch. Like, you never
Even
have.
though I just call her cackling Kamala because that's what she
Drew
is.
Barrymore
Bro,
called
don't please
Dude,
don't
I-
ever repeat that. That sounds like some boomer ass bitch ass
Cackling?
shit. Yeah, cackling Kamala. Come on, dog.
Well, dude, like literally, it's her laugh. It's like,
We
it's like,
know,
dude, it's
we know
like-
she's retarded. Like, we get it.
Dude, no, you didn't have to suffer with her as fucking AG though. So yeah.
Neither did
she
you,
was
bro.
girls.
You don't live in fucking Cali.
I used to.
Oh, well, so did I.
Bro.
Oh yeah. Great news out of Arizona. Carrie Lake appears to be the winner of the Republican Senate primary.
And I like both candidates, Mark Lamb and her. I
Man,
think.
fuck Mark Lamb. He's a dude. Check this out. Ruben Gallego got roughly about 400,000 votes. Between Carrie Lake, Mark Lamb, and whoever Elizabeth Reyes, it exceeds well over that margin. I feel like Carrie Lake is going to be the next senator in Arizona. I really believe she's going to carry it all the way.
Well, my county likes to mess things up.
Let me
so
see.
we'll
What county? Where's she? Where's Pinal County's corrupt? They're not finished counting yet. I don't know what.
Maricopa's already completed. I think.
Graham County. Where's Maricopa? at?
Oh, best thing here, and it looks like Representative Heap is going to be replacing our illustrious county recorder, Stephen Richer. That's the guy that was gaslighting everyone, saying, "Oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with our elections," and "Oh, I'm also voting for Biden."
I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, I mean, it's still early. I don't know if everything's fully counted yet.
Yeah, I totally forgot that we guys had a primary going on today. I mean, it was just so late in the game. It's like, who cares? But I mean,
last update was 10:56. So like, well,
yeah, well, good for Carrie Lake. Thank God. All right,
a couple of my the people I know looks like won their race, so that's good.
Well, let's just wrap we got like 4 more stories left for 3 or 4 shit. Frederick Marks, hang out with us because your commentary is pretty good, and we agree about predestination.
Oh well, yeah, because it's actually a good movie, and anyone who thinks it isn't clearly doesn't understand a good, self-sustained, and how hard it is to tell a time travel story.
Correct.
Like, there's very few plot holes in that movie.
Yeah,
I think there's, like,
go ahead and
one.
watch Friedrich. Go ahead and watch my cam that on Discord. This is live, all you guys. So because I just want to play this. Dude, I saw this clip. I thought it was so funny. I don't even know if I can comment on it because it's so juicy. All right, here we go.
Like
because of the scarcity.
If you grow up as a white girl,
Yes.
and you get attention from black guys,
Yes.
in my experience and all the other white girls that I know, we don't think that getting attention from black guys gives you a status of some sort. If you get attention from the white guys,
No,
you do have the status more than if you get attention from black guys.
as a man, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with that.
Well, as a woman who gets attention and who grew up in a white culture more than a black culture, I'm going to tell you that getting attention from black guys is not a badge of honor if you're white.
Okay.
And I'm white.
You are white.
Yes. Yeah, but
women see it as a
if a
status.
white girl gets attention from a white guy, that's more valuable in white culture than if she gets attention from a black guy. If she gets attention from a black guy, that doesn't make you a better anything. Like, that doesn't raise you in anybody's eyes. As a matter of fact,
In some people's eyes, it does.
as a matter of fact, it's a little bit of she's basically not good enough for the white, so she's good for the black guys. That's how it's looked at
Dude, I saw this and I'm like, I'm just gonna let the chat roll with it because I don't even know what to say. Again, these are my words. I didn't even respond to this. Some of the comments, based woman. That's because our attention isn't easy or free.
No, the black dude's right. She's absolutely
Like,
because of the
lying
scarcity.
through her teeth. What she did at the start is she's trying to hide what she believes is a white woman, and then what she's done is she's taken what white racist men or racist men in general that don't like black men will see those women as. She is speaking out of both sides of her mouth. They do treat black men like sex toys. They do think it's a badge of honor because they got Pookie and Ray Ray after them, trying to bed them. They think they got the BBC after them, and then what they do is when they get called out for this, look at me, I'm taking all the BBC. Oh, no, I'm seen as less than because my men don't want me. That's because no one wants a mixed... let's put it this way. It's this simple. If you are a minority woman, you can fuck anyone you want of any race. No one gives a fuck. If you are a majority woman in a country, if you fuck a minority man, that's all good. But you are cut off from majority males from that... minority men. You are cut off from majority males from that point on. Because if I, myself, as a race mixer, if I go have a black kid with a black woman, no one questions if that's my kid. Now, if I'm with a white woman and I have a black kid, I'm a fucking cock at that point.
Correct.
That's all it is.
That's a
She's
really
lying
great
through her teeth,
analysis.
and anyone who says she is based is a simp and is the problem.
Yeah, I would say not based merely for being in this car and recording herself in this very compromising situation. If this was my daughter, her shit would be out on the lawn. Like, what are you doing with your life? Get better friends. Someone says she's not white. Take a close at her. Oh, fuck, disavow. Well, anyways, let's take a look anyways. I don't know.
Have the other guys got anything to say, like turd or cheese? Sorry to go on that one.
It's okay. You guys don't have to say anything. I know this is we're navigating around landmines here. All right, so this is a fun Reddit post. Let's go ahead and zoom in on this a little bit. I-22 male went through my girlfriend's 20F phone. What do I do? Hello. First Reddit post on something like this. Super conflicted on what to do. Me and my girlfriend have been dating for about 9 months, and recently we took a cruise together. We had a great time until third day, where I had her phone and opened her notes to write something down, to which she responded very abruptly, almost snatching it out of my hand, which gave me a really weird feeling, like she was hiding something. That means she was. I asked her about it, but she said it was personal, and I wanted to just leave it at that. But my curiosity got the best of me, as I've been cheated on before, and this piqued my anxiety. Later that night, I opened her phone, and I really regret it. My anxiety before was very light compared to how it is after reading that she wrote a whole breakup message saying how she didn't feel like she was completely over her ex who cheated on her. I guess crying face emoji. All right, so first off, where you weren't wrong, and Friedrich Marx, I want your opinion afterwards, and I'm going to let the other guys get in. So here's what you did wrong. There were clearly issues in this relationship, and you didn't pick up on it because you were delusional. and she's taking you for a ride, and she's basically milking this stupid relationship for everything that it's worth, which isn't much, but she's getting a cruise out of it.
I was about
And
to say, like, that is quite the investment.
yeah, I mean, those
fuck
aren't
that
cheap.
shit.
Friedrich Marx, what do you think? Say your piece.
You really want me to go down this one as well?
Fuck. Can you just no slurs?
Okay. Basically, I'll make it very simple. If you date a woman in the current era, you cohabitate with her. You deserve no sympathy. You deserve what you get. And I hope you get cheated on by every dude in your fucking house. I hope your father comes in and rails through your wife, your woman, anything. You cannot live, cohabitate, or date these people anymore. They're barely human at this point. You need to wait for a collapse and a reset when these ladies that currently walk the streets will be on government to get their government pensions, will be forced to sleep with the coming generations of males. Because guess what? No, this is what's going to happen. You know how I know? Because my daughter already knows. She will vote how I vote because she's already seen how women vote. She's 11, mate. She's already picked up on this.
I don't even think you're
Thing
wrong. I mean, again, there does need to be a collapse in the safety that these women bask in. It needs to disappear for like you said, there needs to be a fucking reset because things are just, again, not really great for regular dudes.
Well, they have two options for a reset. Their reset is either complete collapse and violence, which basically leads to our gangs in the street, right?
Yeah.
Or they find people like me who hate females, like women, not females, but women with a passion. We're going to give you an option to take a less violent and less dangerous path where you can earn your pension, since the boomers already sold us down the street. You know, we're already down the street, down the river. We're already being sold out. Everything's already been liquidated. Well, if you want a pension, whore, time to do what you've spent your whole life doing. Because guess what? These new women that come are not going to be, like, for instance, my daughter will not be, she'll be probably end up marrying some dude 10 years older than her. Right? So, like, some of the guys I know on disco who are in their early 20s now will be more likely to have my daughter when she's 18 than later on, simply because there's going to be a whole generational shift of childless older women that want welfare. This is just an inevitability. You got to stop living in this idea that we can go back. You need to live in a post-woke world. And you need to force the post-woke world on these people. Make them live to their rules. And the best part is, you slip your rules in there all the time, but you enforce their rules on them. That's all you have to do.
I'm going to disavow. All right, guys.
The first mistake he made was giving his lady a smartphone. She should have had a flip phone.
That is correct. Yeah. The man in the she's got, or give her one of the phones like meant for little kids. It's got like 5 buttons on it. That's it.
The first mistake
it's all speed dial buttons.
Yeah.
The first mistake was giving that girl any money.
Or a cruise, yeah.
Exactly. Or a cruise, yeah.
Oh, fuck. Dude, we're past 4 hours.
Cringe is right. You never spend any money on them, mate. They're for breeding purposes these days. That's all they're for, is for you to clone yourself until the artificial wombs replace them. Once the artificial womb comes, these wenches' population's going down to like 2% of the population. Robots are going to replace them. They did this to themselves.
Why
Don't
am I
stop them.
thinking?
Let them keep punching.
Why am I thinking of that one movie now? Oh shit! I went to the
Artificial Intelligence.
No, it was the one. I'm gonna have to look through my
name the actor.
The guy with the Joaquin Phoenix, the phone. It's that one he's thinking of, I think.
No, it's the one where it's what's his name from Star Wars is in it. Who plays Han Solo? He's in that movie.
Blade Runner.
Blade Runner. Yeah.
Is it Blade Runner? Yeah, I think that is because I remember
Sci-fi like noir film type.
Yeah.
In the future.
Like,
the sequel.
Yeah, I'm looking through my old Comic-Con photos right now. I'm pretty sure that's it because I remember going to the premiere for that.
It'd be the sequel he's talking about, and how it has the AI lady on the stick.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a version of what I'm talking about. It's coming, but eventually these people are like. Let's put it this way: do you know how you can prove that what I'm saying is going to occur? Why did man invent the washing machine?
It's a labor-saving device.
No, because women are complaining wenches who can't wash shit properly.
No, I don't know, bro. I feel like that's not accurate. I'm gonna need a I'm gonna need a source. I'm gonna need a source for that, sir. My good sir.
Okay. Seriously, get some dirty dishes. Go find any woman in the current era. Tell her how to wash them. Go look at them, and guess what? There's gonna be stuff all over it still, mate.
Okay, well, look, we can all agree modern women are so unbelievably fucking lazy that they're literally a protected class now. You're not even allowed to call them lazy. There's no
will say
dispute
this.
there. But in the past, I don't know. Let's just wrap this up because we have 2 fake hate crimes really quick. Oh, shit. All right. So I'm of the opinion this is legit fake. This guy's clearly trolling. But I'll let you guys decide. We're going to speed this up because old man Boomer speaks slowly.
I made a video before about me putting Harris signs for president 2024 all around my lawn. Well, my neighborhood is filled with Trump supporters, and I guess they didn't like it. They didn't like the banner hanging off the second story window out of my house. So I actually, look at my eye.
Yeah, so first off, if you got fucking hit in the face by a giant fist like that, you'd probably
Your face
see
would be
bleeding.
swollen up?
Yeah, well, yeah, the face would be swollen up for sure. You'd also see bleeding in the eye. This is clearly a troll, and a lot of people are falling for
Jumped
it.
by a bunch of Trump supporters. It's not right. All I was doing was going in my car. Then I went to my mailbox. Then my neighbor started yelling some really mean things.
Yeah, but with a
I
sense
guess they
of
don't like the fact
humor
that
and white,
Harris is
doesn't have a
beating
criminal
Trump in the
record.
polls, and that there's no more Sleepy Joe, and that she's going to be the first woman president, and that he is now the oldest
Can you,
running
zoom
mate,
in?
whatever running person. But it's just a shame. It's just a shame. Got smacked by a Trumpster.
Oh, yeah.
It's not right, man. Not right.
Yeah, I went onto his TikTok. I went to Mike, whatever, 21, and he looks like he's trying to game the algorithm as like an old man. So good for him. So right now he's, whether or not this is nefarious or for clout chasing purposes is yet to be known. But nonetheless, he is publishing multiple videos basically claiming that these Trumpsters are beating the shit out of him when, I mean, he clearly... I mean,
Man, this ain't right. So I made a funny video before.
I mean, you wear glasses. What the fuck? Yeah, so you wear glasses and you got a giant fucking
So
shiner.
I made a funny video
It
before.
doesn't really check out.
About
Yeah,
me
that
putting
looks like makeup for
Harris
sure.
signs for
I mean,
president
both eyes
2024
look
all around my
identical.
lawn.
You wear glasses.
Well,
I wear glasses.
my neighborhood
right?
is
I'm not sure if you've ever been hit in the face with glasses on. You
No.
are always cut.
Yes.
As someone who's been hit in the face and had my glasses broken, I can tell you now, you will always get a cut. Because you have these things that, I don't know, hold your glasses up on your nose, and when they get hit really hard, they kind of rip chunks out of your nose.
They do. All right, last one.
I want to know who you've been fighting now. I'm more interested in that.
Wait, so we got
us people in the people down the street.
we got the last one, guys, and this is it. We're almost at the end here. So at least 62 redditors on our boomers being fools were fooled by this. So we have a sign here. Can I zoom in on this? Nope. Oh wait, fuck. The fuck. All right, this is the best I can do. All right, so I think it says we are about to launch an all-out attack on your house, and they spell house with a Z. Sincerely, the Trump supporters. So like it
This
virtually.
is a Plants vs Zombies joke.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, thank
Like
God somebody.
the zombies wrote like a handwritten note and it's all misspelled and it's pretty similar. Like if you look up like Plants vs Zombies like note, this is exactly what it looks like. I shit you not.
I believe you. I never played the game.
Top picture confirms
Yeah.
it. Look at that top picture up there. Yeah, he's right. It's a zombie. It's Plants vs Zombie shit.
Yeah.
It's also that's a kid's handwriting.
It's definitely a male. I mean, this could.
No, that's a child. That's a legitimate child. Like
No.
either boy or girl. That is they got a child to write that with a pen.
Look, my handwriting is just as hideous, so it could be an adult. I'm somewhat a bit of an expert on penmanship in the physical sense. And shut the fuck up, Spencer. You fucking Deadpool 3 soy enjoyers. Fuck you. You guys might as well be bugging me. At this point.
Go down the soy now.
Okay,
What
I don't know.
I put a $500 bet on that. That was written by a kid of about.
I would bet
I'd
otherwise.
say about 8 to 12.
I would say young adult male, probably less than the age of 25. Could be a late teens. I don't think a child would write this. I don't think they'd be sophisticated enough to do something. I mean, I see unintentional misspelling. Obvious. I mean, I get that it's a video game.
I see a nicotine patch container by its foot.
Yeah, I see a nasty ass foot. I mean, this. I feel like an adult wrote this, bro.
Yeah, I would say someone.
I
that
would go to
has-
Reddit and try to confirm, but I'm banned site wide, so that's just not gonna happen.
I was gonna say I think this might have been wrote by someone who was trying to race bait, and might have.
Well, whoever did it was obviously fucking around. If it's a Plants vs Zombies reference, then yeah. Oh look! Oh, fucking Manic! Plants vs Zombies mentioned Ooga Booga gif. It's great. If only Redditors weren't broke and living in their mother's basement, you could make a lot of money off of them with fake GoFundMe campaigns. Please give money. I just saw Trump fly over my house. Oh, dude, like my skin is dark enough to where I could get away with doing fake hate crimes against myself and just fucking cashing in, but because of my
Well, you are Mediterranean.
I can't do it against myself because people just like watch the show and just be like, oh well, look, he might as well be a Nazi or something. So this is just not gonna happen.
Well, all Trump supporters are, didn't you know?
Yeah, apparently. So yeah, everybody has the show. We didn't go over all the 304 shit, but I mean, I wasn't gonna go through. Dude, that fucking that lawyer shit really fucking ate up a lot of time with the cop shitting Sonia Massey. But you know, whatever. It is what it is. All right, everybody. I appreciate everyone on all these platforms, especially BitChute. Shout out to you on BitChute and Rumble. I'm glad that I even got it to work. Hold on, let me check OBS. Yeah, we're still streaming there. All right, well, we are done.